Hey guys, welcome to part 8 of What If Naruto Became a One-Man Team. If you enjoy the video then like, share and subscribe and also comment your thoughts as it inspires me to make more such videos, and remember to check out my playlist section for other interesting stories. So let's get started. Chapter 24. A Hero's Welcome. It had been nearly a month now, but finally the familiar gates of Konoha were back in sight. The scars left on the walls from the invasion were still very noticeable from the large discolored patch that now marked its surface. Even Tsunade managed a flinch at the thought of what had happened to her former home. As they approached, she couldn't help but wonder if her traitorous teammate would have been less inclined to take such action if she had been where she was supposed to be instead of running around to various gambling dens. As they passed through the main gates, she solidified her determination once more. These people didn't understand what she'd lost. They never would, so how could she live amongst them? She was coerced from her thoughts as a squad of Anbu landed in front of the group. Lady Tsunade, your presence is required at the council chambers immediately. Jiraiya was the first to reply, but only with a mumble. Oh, that's a great way to welcome her. Tsunade herself blinked, then blinked again. I'm sorry. Well, not really. But you can tell them that they are going to be sitting there for a long time if this is how they plan on getting my attention. Maybe had they taken the effort to walk here themselves, I might have given them a proper welcome. Now, I have things to do, so unless you are planning to try to force me to come along, she paused to crack her knuckles. I suggest you carry that message back to them. Yeah, like you're one to talk about being proper. Naruto thought as he rolled his eyes at her. Shizune, let's go. We're going to the hospital. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can leave. Without waiting for affirmation, Tsunade began to stalk towards the medical sector. Noticing her mood, the majority of the population was giving her a wide berth while remaining polite in the presence of the legendary Kunoichi. My apologies, Anbu-san, but now is probably not the best time to pursue such things. Give her some time to calm down and I'm sure she'll be willing to visit with the council soon. Shizune bowed before racing off after her mentor. She had her own agenda though, and she was going to see it through. Well, I guess that leaves you and me, kid. Let's go grab a bite to eat and we'll see about setting up another training schedule for you. Jiraiya started to walk off, but the leading Anbu stopped him. Actually, Jiraiya-sama, we have been asked to bring you to the council if Tsunade-sama was unwilling to come. Well, at least they're starting to actually think ahead a little. The Sannin mumbled. I don't suppose I can get a pass on this too. Sorry, Jiraiya-sama, but we need at least one of you to handle the debriefing. How about the Gaki? He was there for the whole trip, so I'm sure they could get what they need to hear out of him. The Anbu paused a short moment and looked at the boy before turning back. No, we require a ranking ninja for the debriefing, not a genin. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at the man. Are you saying that someone that has my approval is unfit to cover a mission report? That you would insult me as such? It's fine, Arrow Sennin. I need to get home anyway. Naruto announced from his spot on the sidelines. The man's eyes looked sorrowful for a moment before turning into a lecherous grin. I see where you're going, kid. You've been away from them for so long, I bet you're dying to get your hands on some of that young flesh. Before Naruto could respond, he vanished from the spot, leaving the boy to grumble out his displeasure. Stupid perverts and their one-track minds. Just wait till I get a hold of you all. Whatever his plans for the hermit would be were lost as his volume dropped off. I suggest you keep moving, genin, unless you want to be detained for obstructing traffic. With nothing to vent on, the obviously council-backed Anbu decided to harass the closest possible target. That of course being the lone Naruto, innocently standing in the middle of the street. The completely empty street. Yeah, right. I'm so sorry for hindering the progress of anyone who may have wanted to travel on this particular patch of dirt while I'm standing here. How shameful of me. I'll make sure I move right away for the massive crowds that will no doubt be stampeding through any second now. If they felt any reaction to his sarcasm, they didn't show it, but somehow Naruto could feel their sneers behind their masks as he walked away. Right this way, Tsunade-sama. I must say, it's an honor to have you back with us again. With your expertise, perhaps we'll even be able to heal that genin Rock Lee. Despite her fame and the selfish pride she took in it, the legendary medic felt her headache starting already. Let's just deal with the old man for now. Her scowl made the man jump and rush through the halls a little faster as they made their way to a heavily guarded area of the hospital. Relying on punching the first person who questioned her identity through the wall as identification, Tsunade made her way past the Anbu and into the room they were seemingly only slightly making an effort to guard against her intrusion. The familiar beeping of the monitors was the first sign to her that she was truly back on the scene of her healing trade. The sight that met her was a little less comforting though. Two more Anbu stood a silent vigil at the sides of the lone bed occupying the room, the bed which held her sensei. Despite her hardened heart, she couldn't help but feel a bit of remorse from his current state. While he seemed to be laying comfortably, the tubes and bandages covering his form painted a very different picture. He had been on assisted breathing from the time of his arrival in order to make sure he was getting enough oxygen. Multiple IV drips were plugged into his arms in order to keep him as stable as they could. Heart rate, brain waves, blood pressure, breathing, and other bodily functions were all displayed in the array amassed to one side. As she carefully pulled aside his blankets, she found him in the bare minimum needed to keep him decent, and there were even tubes coming from those places, showing that he wasn't even able to use the facilities himself. All that remained of his left arm was a stub that was heavily bandaged, while his right arm, chest and legs were all bandaged as well to cover the cuts that still remained in those areas. Status. The medic that guided her to the room came to her side nervously and handed her a clipboard with notes on the Sandame's condition. We had to amputate his arm to stem the flow of the worst of the poison there. For obvious reasons we could not do the same to his chest though. His right arm and legs weren't hit as badly, so we did what we could to try to save them. After the battle and initial treatment he woke up for a while, but he recently fell into a coma. Though we haven't found the cause, we suspect it to have been stress from his injuries. Tsunade finished reading through the lengthy notes in her hand as the man finished his report. She glanced between the man, the clipboard, and the Sandame before whacking the clipboard into the man's chest. Gee, ya think. Now scram. I have work to do if I ever plan on getting out of here. She watched as the man bowed and left, thanking her and wishing her luck. As if I need such a thing. She looked up at the two Anbu and huffed. That was meant for all of you. Get out. Sweating a bit and turning to each other for confirmation, they gave a quick bow and rushed out the door. When she heard the door click behind them and a familiar scent fill the air along with huffing breaths, she readied for her own diagnostics. Tsunade-sama, I really wish you wouldn't run off like that, or use your strength for identification for that matter. You gave that guard 2 broken ribs and a concussion. All Shizune got as a reply was a simple snort as the older woman ran her jutsu over the Hokage's body. She simply let out a frustrated sigh and got down to her own portion of the work, setting out supplies from her scrolls and cutting away the bandages to examine the wounds. As the pieces of cloth came away, the smell of rotting flesh hit their senses, and it took them all of their experience not to gag in response. Just from the look at the festering flesh, they knew it would take hours to clean everything. Giving her mentor a half-hearted smile, Shizune tried to stay professional. It seems we should get started if we wish to finish this today. Tsunade groaned out her response. This is going to take forever. Damn it, why did I agree to this? That would be because you lost a bet, Tsunade-sama. The younger medic said, allowing a smirk to grace her features as she wheeled 2 carts of supplies over to each side of the bed and started working on the nearest wound. Damn that brat. Next time I see him I'm going to put him through a whole building. Well, please refrain from doing so until we at least have Hokage-sama's wounds healed. We're going to need a lot of chakra for this. With another grunt of acknowledgement, Tsunade started on the wounds on her side as well. That twerp is going to pay so hard when I get my hands on him. It seemed like so long ago, and yet only yesterday, that he'd last left this gate. Now back from his mission he was able to enter once more, and he wasted no time in doing so. With a swipe of his hand he was through the gate and through the front door in less than a second. Unlike his old apartment, his estate had more of a welcoming feel to it, whether it was due to the fact that it wasn't rotting and in horrid need of repair, or that there weren't drunken villagers breaking in every other night to beat him and break everything he owned anymore. It could also be due to the fact that he actually had people waiting for him to come home now instead of the small, dreary living space that was his former home. Now, a few of those people were standing in fighting stances in the middle of the room he'd just entered, apparently ready for anything that may have broken through the defenses. Scratching his head in mild embarrassment while holding the senbon that was aimed for his heart, he greeted them with a slight chuckle. Hey, hey, my Heims. The three girls stood there looking at him for a minute before they all rushed forward as one. Naruto-kun. They shouted as they forced him to the floor with their glomping. Tears streamed down their faces as they latched onto him from every side. Hinata-chan, Haku-chan, Kin-chan. It's okay, I'm here. By the welcoming you three gave me, I'm guessing you all had a pretty rough time while I was gone. He attempted to calm them as best he could, but they didn't seem to want to let go, but at least their sobs lessened a bit. It was horrible, Naruto-kun. The villagers started treating us like dirt and the council kept trying to get in here. Haku told him, making his anger rise a little. My father approached me, as have many Hyuga that were under orders to take me back to the compound or try to order me to meetings there. He even tried to use the curse seal on Neji to try to guilt me into going, but Ino-chan took control of my body to tell him off and walk away. I probably would have gone with him if she hadn't. Hinata admitted into his chest. We stuck together through it though, and now they know that we won't just roll over for them. It helps that the clans were looking out for us too. Many of those that tried to confront us were turned away with the help of some of our friends' families. Kin tried to ease his rising temper a little. It worked, but he still seemed very mad. So even when I'm not around they want to torment me as much as possible. Well, now I'm back, and should they decide to try anything more they will answer for it. Now, I just got back from a long trip, and if you three don't mind too much I'd like to go take a shower. We were on the road for a few days and I think I'm starting to smell a little ripe. Their instincts acting before their thought process, all three girls took a sniff of their boyfriend and immediately jumped off of him, holding their noses, causing Naruto to laugh at their expense. Ripe is an understatement. Go get a shower now and don't come near me till you do. Haku scolded as best she could while trying not to take in too much more of his scent and waving what she could away from herself. Naruto just laughed harder. Fine, but you three had best get dressed in something more proper. Why? These are just our lounging clothes. It's not like we're running around in our underwear. Hinata replied. Though if you want us to, that would be okay. Kin finished for her, making the other girls blush a bit. Because I don't think you want to be in your lounging clothes when I take you out for lunch. Now go. He shooed them up the stairs while he gathered some fresh clothes and went to the bathroom to make himself more presentable. A half hour later, Naruto found himself waiting in the sitting room as the three girls made their way back downstairs. He had already bathed and changed before any of them were ready, but thankfully they were ninja for a reason and it didn't take them hours to prepare for such a simple event. He smiled as the three descended the staircase in some casual clothing, yet still had that kunoichi flair as he saw their weapons still at hand. So, are you three ready? His answer was silent as each came over and gave him a kiss before heading towards the door. I guess that's a yes. Without so much as a look back, he followed them out into the streets of the village. So that about sums up our little adventure. Not that it's really any of your business either way. Many of the council pursed their lips at Jiraiya's closing statement as they mulled over his story. He had told them everything from when they arrived at Tanzakugai to the point that they left the gambling town. Again, the difference between the two sides of the table were apparent as most of the ninja looked appreciative while the civilians appeared indignant. In short, you traveled for weeks, found Tsunade-sama in Tanzakugai, waited another week for her to finish whatever plans she had made there, fought Orochimaru and one of his henchmen in the countryside before finally coming back here. Then once you do get here, Tsunade-sama decides that we're not important enough to see and instead heads straight for Sandaime-sama, leaving you to announce her arrival. Jiraiya paused a moment to go over what the man just said. Yay, that pretty much sums it all up, I guess. You make it sound like a vacation though. I'll have you know that a fight between the Densetsu no Sannin is no small matter. We changed the landscape there, and with the noise we made it won't take long before others figure out what went on. Word will travel fast and it won't be long until other countries are asking questions. What do you mean, Jiraiya-sama? Tanzaku Gai is still well within the borders of Hai no Kuni. Surely you don't think that the sounds of your fight would travel that far. The ninja in the room had to fight not to roll their eyes at the ignorance of the others. Do you people really think we are the only ones with spies out there? I can guarantee that at the very least Iwa and Odo will know about this soon if they don't already. The only thing I'm too concerned about though is that Naruto was able to help us so much. And how would that be a bad thing, Jiraiya-sama? At least that boy showed he had some worth, though I believe saying he helped you both is a bit of a stretch. First off, he did help us more than you could possibly imagine. He fought off Kabuto long enough for Tsunade to recover from her hemophobia, a ninja who was on a high enough level to escape our Anbu and Kakashi numerous times and wound Shizune. He also held off Orochimaru as well, despite the injuries Kabuto gave him. Finally, he saved my life when Manda was about to eat me by summoning Gameiken to pin Manda until Tsunade could take him out, despite his numerous wounds at the time consisting of many broken bones and a concussion. So don't you dare belittle him in front of me. He performed better in battle than most seasoned Shunin and Jonin that I recall seeing. The injuries alone should have put him out of the battle long before he got back in it. All of the council moved their chairs slightly farther away from the man as his rant went on. Fine, but why should his involvement be a bad thing, Jiraiya-sama? Because, if word gets out that he fought, and it will, and to what level he fought at, he will become a target for enemy ninja. He scowled at them as looks of consideration came to their faces. Homura was the next to speak up, and he did so with a smile on his face. That is the life of a ninja, it seems. It cannot be helped if he becomes an enemy in the world's eyes, that would have been his fate anyway if he were to live long enough. Nothing we can do about it now but move on. No one missed the underlying hatred in the man's voice as he talked as though Naruto were already a lost cause. Depending on how the stories get blown up, this could become a problem. Everyone looked at Shikaku, who seemed to be thinking things through. If what Jiraiya-sama believe will happen comes to pass, we could find ourselves being raided just so the world can get rid of Naruto-san before he becomes a larger threat. We could have more enemy ninja trying to sneak in to try to take out the boy that went toe-to-toe with the Sannin and survived. Then we should cut our losses. Kaharu announced. What exactly do you mean, Ukitane-san? And you had best be careful with your words. Tsume was in no mood to play games, and even she could see where this one was headed. We oust him from the village. Move the target in order to keep hostile eyes away from us. You want to use him as a scapegoat. How could you even say such a thing? Inoichi slammed his hand on the table in frustration with those across from him. The boy had a bad enough life. To banish him for no other reason than to save their own skins was appalling. We do what we must to satisfy the greater good. Denbi barked. If he stays here, he becomes too large of a security risk for us to deal with so soon after an invasion. While you have a point, there is more to think on. Here at least there will be deterrence from outsiders to attack him, but outside these walls he becomes an open target. It would be like painting a target on him as soon as the other villages get wind of this. Shibi fixed his glasses as he stared down the other side of the table. Both options had downsides and up, but it didn't sit easy to have someone like Naruto, who had done so much for them recently, tossed out. Then I will go with him. Jiraiya stated matter-of-factually as he got ready for the coming storm. Unacceptable. You need to remain here until we deem it safe for you to leave again. If word were to get out that one of the Sannin has left again, we would be in for even more trouble than before. Che, like I care what you prunes think. I am a Sannin and I have spies that I need to keep in contact with. If you don't approve of me leaving, not that it really matters, you will be weakening the village through insufficient information. That I will not allow. The Toad Hermit eyed them carefully, daring anyone to oppose him. Quote. We will think on this. Should it be deemed appropriate for you to leave again, we will discuss the possibility of you checking in on the boy every now and then. Junzo spoke his words carefully in an attempt to wrest some of their control over the situation back. Like I said, I don't care what you people think you can do to control me, I will do as I please as long as it's not a danger to Konoha. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more important things to do than sit here and argue with you all. Without waiting for a dismissal, which none of them truly had the authority to give him anyway, he left the room. Well, that was fun. If you'll excuse me as well, I could use some lunch. Choza began to stand but was halted by a cough from the other side of the table. I do believe we have a few new things to discuss now, about Jiraiya-sama and Naruto-san. Homura brought about the topic he hoped they would now discuss. His hopes were dashed though as most of the ninja gathered stood and started making their way to the door. Come now, where are you all going? Sum turned to answer him. We were dismissed by the ranking ninja, so this meeting is over. I'm sure we'll see you all again soon enough anyway, so until then. What do you mean dismissed? No one dismissed anyone. Jiraiya-sama dismissed us. If you couldn't see underneath of his words. Any ninja here knows that what he said was a dismissal. If you were too caught up with your own plans to realize what he was saying, that's your own problem. You're more than welcome to sit here and do absolutely nothing that will matter at all though. Without an acceptable standing of ranking ninja present, there isn't much you can do until another meeting is held. I would advise, for your sakes, that the next meeting be more productive than this one, otherwise we may have to reevaluate the necessity of these meetings altogether. Turning on her heel, the Inuzuka head walked out of the room, leaving the red-faced council behind. Jiraiya walked into the hospital wing where Sarutobi was being held and nodded to the guards as he passed. Entering his sensei's room, he found Tsunade and Shizune cleaning up their supplies. What's the verdict? Tsunade sighed, but didn't bother turning his way before replying. He'll live, for now, but beyond that I'm not making any promises. It's a miracle he made it this far, to be honest. The only thing I'll commend what passes for a medicker is that they knew when to take his arm. If they hadn't, he'd be half decayed by now. Jiraiya flinched at her words. So I guess the council will want a new Hokage now if he's that bad off. Quote. Harem, I know you have your reasons to stay away from here, but you need to face your duties. I can't take his place because of my spy network, but you can. Hell, you can even work on the hospital staff that you seem to detest so much right now. With some personal training you could help a lot of people so that they won't have to deal with the same losses. Quote. There'll be a council meeting soon enough to discuss it. At least show up and listen to them. For sensei, please. We'll see. Grabbing her last bit of equipment, she sealed it away and led Shizune out of the room. He sighed and sat in the chair near the lone bed to consider what was about to happen in Konoha. Sarutobi would be forced to retire. Not that he would complain. Then the council will try their damnedest to get Tsunade or himself to take up the mantle. He already knew that if Tsunade declined, he would be forced to take the office himself, as he could think of no other person available to step up, or at least no one that was ready. Yet. He smiled slightly at the thought of Naruto. Despite his interactions with the boy and how he acted towards him, Jiraiya really was fond of him. It was fun having the kid around, and he had to admit it wasn't boring. Add to that just who he was and that he seemed to be following right in his father's footsteps. No, overlapping his father's footsteps. The next few years would be interesting indeed. Sensei, you would be so proud of Naruto. He's done more than you could imagine and he'll only get stronger. A weak voice came from his side and Jiraiya jumped a little as it hit him. The sounds were soft and the breathing apparatus hindered them more, but he could hear the words clearly. I have been proud of him since the day he was born, Jiraiya-kun. Sensei. You're awake already. Tsunade doesn't realize her own skills. I've been awake for a while. Now. So then you heard us. Sensei. I'm sorry. We have to do what's best for the village, and if another sees our cage in the state you're in. Don't be sorry. Jiraiya-kun. I would have been in this condition, even if there wasn't an invasion. I'm old. Jiraiya. It's time to pass on my robes, as they should have stayed passed on, with Minato. Sensei. We fought Orochimaru at Tanzaku-gai. Tsunade. Shizune, myself. And Naruto. He chanced a glance at the old man to gauge his reaction. It seemed that he was far too tired to even force a facial expression, but the rising heart rate was all he needed to hear to make a quick follow-up. Naruto is fine, Sensei. Don't worry. He fought so well and saved us all even though Orochimaru got away. Will you train him? Jiraiya chuckled. Still worrying about others even in your condition. Don't worry, sensei. I plan on training him up well. That's where the next issue comes in though. This was going to be hard on the man, but he had to know. He was the closest thing the boy had to real family. Because of the possibility of other villages attempting to take Naruto out early. They want to boot him out, at least until they feel safe having him here, but we both know how that will turn out. There was a long silence and Jiraiya had to look up a few times just to make sure the man didn't have a heart attack. He could see the water gather in Sarutobi's eyes, threatening to spill over onto the sheets before his face became steely hard. Jiraiya-kun. Hi, sensei. Go to my office. Get me scrolls. Pen. Ink. Seal. Then come back. Hiruzen let out a deep breath as he struggled with his breathing mask. If they are going to abandon a hero, we're going to give him what he deserves, another way. Go. Quote. Hi, sensei. Though he was slightly shocked initially, he couldn't really blame the man for taking action. After all, this could very well be his last act as Hokage. It took no longer than 20 minutes to get from the hospital to the office and back with the supplies in hand. It probably would have taken less time, but when he got there he was forced to throw out a pair of snooping advisors and seal the doors and windows shut in order to make sure the room would stay secure for now. They tried to argue their purpose for being there, but the classified scrolls they were trying to leave with only served to earn them a non-too-gentle security search before they were thrown out on their asses. Re-entering the room, he found his sensei simply staring out the window with one eye, seeming to be too tired to move his head. Sensei, I'm back. Even though he probably heard the door, Jiraiya decided to be polite for once and announce himself. Sit. You will be writing what I tell you. When it is done, I will sign it. And stamp it. The old man's eyes shifted from the window to the hermit and he tried to smile. Be happy, Jiraiya-kun. We are going to change fate. I understand, sensei. Wheeling over a small supply cart, Jiraiya got prepared to write whatever the Hokage dictated to him. Jiraiya, what do you estimate Naruto-kun's level to be? Considering recent events, high chunin to low jonin. He's almost like Itachi. My first order will be to announce the new chunin. They will be Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino, Amagawa Haku, Namikaze Naruto. The sound of a pen dropping made him look at his temporary secretary. Are you sure it's a good idea to announce that? They will find out soon enough. But perhaps you are right. Use Uzumaki and they can be left guessing when the storm hits. While his words were a little cryptic, Jiraiya shrugged it off and finished the order. Anything else? Uchiha Sasuke is to be sent back to the academy, along with Haruno Sakura. Sensei, both the Uchiha and Haruno are in the Anbu prison for actions taken against Naruto during and after the invasion. The Sannin watched his sensei's knuckles whiten. Along with Haruno Isako. I see. Then leave it at that for now. His consciousness slipped and he fell asleep. The even breathing signified to Jiraiya that his sensei wouldn't be saying anything else for a bit, so he sealed up the scroll he'd written and left to grab a quick bite before returning to wait for the next orders. I hope you have a good plan for this, sensei. Things have gotten worse than you could imagine without you to steer the wheel. It was late afternoon by the time they got back home. After lunch they decided to just meander around for a bit. Because of that their group had grown a bit, adding Tenten, Ino, Harem, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji and surprisingly Kiba to their ranks. Naruto was leery of the latter and was watching him like a hawk, but for all he could see the worst the Inuzuka did was throw him a couple dirty looks. Dropping back, he came up beside the boy and signaled for him to slow down a bit, now curious to his changes. Kiba, we aren't on the best of terms, so I have to ask you. Why are you here? Kiba scowled at him and huffed. Like I have a choice. I'm teamed up with Haku and Kin now since the Uchiha and Haruno are shackled up. I tell ya man, I don't know how the hell you do it. They're like demons that nag and nag and nag. At least with Haruno I never had to worry about her constantly pushing me, she just concentrated on the Uchiha most of the time. I couldn't imagine being around them more than I already am, but they seem to insist to drag me along today. So you're not going to be chasing them anymore. Kiba paled slightly. I think I'll wait a bit before I worry too much about finding a mate. Women are scary, dude. Naruto just laughed, causing the girls to turn around, finally realizing just how far they were away. He just waved them forward, to which they took on considering looks before doing as asked. Your problem isn't how women treat you, Kiba. As I've tried to tell you numerous times now, it's how you treat them. If you would try to be nice instead of commanding for once, they might actually start liking you. Kiba seemed to think for a moment, something that looked odd on his face as it was an action rarely used. So if I try to be nice, I could get Hinata to like me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt an icy chill go down his spine. Kiba, I will only say this once. If you continue to pursue females that are already spoken for, I will hunt you down, neuter you, then hang you by your empty scrotum outside the Inuzuka compound with a message to your mother to let her know exactly why you were taken out of the gene pool. Clear. Gulping, Kiba nodded his head quickly. Whatever you say, man. Just don't go overboard with my mom, or my sister. You have no idea what they're capable of. Just like that, Naruto was smiling once again. Glad we have an understanding. Now, I'm sorry to say, but even though you're on the team of two of my girlfriends, I don't trust you enough to let you into my estate. Looking around, Kiba realized they were in fact just outside Naruto's estate. That means, scram, Kiba. Spiking a little of his killing intent was enough to get the boy's brain moving, and he scampered off down the street as Akamaru bounced on his head. So what was that all about, Naruto? Just setting some things straight, Shikamaru. Nothing to worry about. You're all welcome to join us inside if you want. After such a long mission, it'll be nice to just lounge for a bit. As much as I'd like to lounge around, I have to get home for dinner or mom will get pissed again. It's just too troublesome to deal with, so I'd rather just not chance a confrontation. I understand, Shikamaru. How about you, Choji? Sorry, Dad's having a pig roast tonight. No chance I'm passing that up. As if to agree with him, Choji's stomach growled. Most of them laughed at him and his stomach. Well, we wouldn't want you to starve now, would we? The Akamichi just smiled at them and waved his goodbye as he turned and walked away. Shino. I believe my presence here will not be needed. It would also hinder the plans I have made for Harem and myself. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Shino found his arm trapped in the grip of one belonging to his girlfriend. He smiled in spite of himself and blushed a little at the display of affection, then blushed a little more at Naruto's catcall. Well, I guess that covers the night for you two then. Have a nice night, you two, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. He called out to their backs as they walked off and was surprised to get a response from Shino, even if that response was a single finger salute. Once again he found himself laughing. Guess she's breaking that Aburame shell little by little. He sighed wistfully as he turned back to the rest of the group. Well, shall we? He opened the gate, allowing the girls to enter ahead of him before heading in himself. Entering the house after them, he was surprised to find them all already heading to the second floor. Seeing his questioning gaze, Hinata jumped back down and jogged over to him. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We're just going to slip into some more comfortable clothes. Nice dresses and shoes are great for show, but they're really uncomfortable to wear sometimes. We'll be down soon and then we can start dinner. She gave him a peck. Well, that was what it was meant to be, but it soon turned into a short make-out session before she stopped and put her head to his chest. I missed you a lot, Naruto-kun. I'm so happy you're back. So am I, Harem. So am I. Now if you want to spend more time together, you'd better go change quickly. He shooed her up the steps as he took a seat in one of the armchairs and closed his eyes. Tsunade had been in the council chamber for all of half a minute and she was already starting to get a headache. It wasn't bad enough that they brought her here while in the middle of trying to get drunk, but now they were doing little more than bickering back and forth amongst themselves. All in all, it was aggravating, and the only consolation she got was her apprentice's hand on her shoulder in an attempt to ease her growing rage. An attempt that was quickly starting to become pointless. Tsunade-sama, you must become the next Hokage. There is no one else ready to take the title. Junzo shouted. Didn't you hear what she just said, Shiratori? The Hokage is alive, and as such he will be able to appoint someone he deems fit. Inoichi tried to remain calm, but the past weeks had been straining his nerves to their breaking point. After his incident with the Haruno, he found himself in a constant state of unease. If one civilian counselor was capable of such vile acts, what could the others be hiding? Yes, but she also said that he will be unfit for duties. That means we need to figure out who is going to lead us. We can't just have an invalid sitting in the office. We'd be the laughing stock of the elemental nations. Shut your mouth, you insolent swine. Tsume was on her feet in a heartbeat. How dare you make a mockery of Hokage-sama? Don't forget your place, civilian, lest you need to be reminded of it. To emphasize her point, she flexed her clawed hand. Is that a threat, Inuzuka? Only if you keep your trap shut. Otherwise it'll be a reality. Enough. Immediately the bickering stopped as all heads snapped to the blonde Sanin. First of all, Sarutobi-sensei isn't dead yet, so stop treating him as if he is. I may think there is little in this village worth pissing on, but I'll not have you badmouth him. Second, since he is still alive, he is free to name his successor if he so chooses. You all only get a say if his choice is outrageous or he allows you to choose for him. Kami, I've been out of this village for how many years and I still know the laws better than this damn council does. I be a kid fresh out of the academy would know them better than you old fossils. The snickers off to the ninja side were not lost on her, causing her some slight concern about the true state of the council. She was saved more worries, depending on how you look at it, when Jiraiya opened the door to the council chamber and raised his hand in greeting with a smile plastered on his face. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, I heard you've been talking with Sandaime-sama. Perhaps you'd like to share with us his state of health. Fumihiko shuffled himself around in his seat in order to better see the man. Well, he's sleeping right now, but he's still kicking. Almost seems excited to get back in the saddle. He noted the paling faces of some of the council members at his introduction. Sensei woke up. Tsunade seemed generally surprised at the announcement. Hey, he was awake before you even left the room, Haim. That's not to say he's ready to go dancing or anything, but he's coherent enough to hold a conversation. He's even getting started early on his backlog of paperwork. With a small flourish, Jiraiya pulled a scroll from his pocket. I present to you our Chunin promotions. He decided on who to promote. But the exams never completed. True, but with the explanation of everything that went on during and after the invasion, he was able to decide who would be acceptable to be promoted and who would fall back. Well, don't just stand there, tell us who our new Chunin are. Tokiko exclaimed. Ahem. The first to be promoted was Nara Shikamaru. Congratulations, Shikaku. The man received congratulations and pats on the back from his comrades, making him wake from his nap. Next was Aburame Shino. Congratulations, Shibi. The stoic Aburame had just nodded at him in response. Next up was Amagawa Haku. Wait, how could she be promoted? She only just recently joined the village. Can we really trust her enough to give her a promotion? Denbi asked. Not to mention the company she keeps. Scowls and glares responded to Hiyashi's comment, but he looked unperturbed at the attention. Be that as it may, she was in the exams and as such has every right to be promoted to Chunin. Her actions during the invasion also helped as she prioritized the safety of the various daimyo and helped get them to safety. I still don't like it. You don't have to like it. It happened and it's done with. Now the final promotion went to Uzumaki Naruto. Shout of discontent rang out around the chamber as those who were still against the boy made sure their opinions were heard. Those that supported the idea were equally as loud, arguing that he had just as much right as anyone else to get a promotion. I will not accept that thing as a Chunin. He doesn't deserve such privilege. Yet you would probably have showered it on that cowardly, traitorous Uchiha if given the chance. At least he has a name backing him. He isn't just some orphan off the street. A name doesn't make a ninja, and anyone who thinks it is better be ready to attend a funeral with the best seat in the house, cause they will get themselves killed with that attitude. Regardless, we will not accept this promotion. It's not yours to accept or deny. He's a ninja under the command of the Hokage, and as such the Sandaime can promote or demote him as he sees fit. He's done far more for this village in the past couple months than most of you have done in a decade. I for one will be happy to know that he might be leading my son on a mission. Just because you want your son to die doesn't mean we want all our ninja to be at risk. What? Say that again. I dare you. Enough. For the second time that night, everyone's head snapped towards the enraged Tsunade. You all are acting like a bunch of children bickering over who gets to play with a new toy. Apologies Tsunade-sama. We only wish to voice our concerns over the future safety of the village. Jiraiya sniffed at the man's comment, clearly not impressed. Which is something not of your concern. You keep your nose where it belongs, and that is far from ninja matters. If you want me to be Hokage, fine, but there are going to be a lot of changes, and no, I won't tell you what they will be. Now if you'll excuse me, I have more important things to do than sit here and listen to you all bicker about something that is out of our hands. For now. Like Jiraiya before her, Tsunade left the chamber without looking back. Shizune had decided to keep herself busy at the hospital while everyone else seemed to be off doing their own little chores. She had already seen to many patients and had quite the stack of medical records in her hands from those she released. After stopping by the front desk, she was able to get direction to the main medical file vault for Konoha, and quickly made her way there, hoping she would be able to get a little more work in before the end of the day. Upon opening the door to the vast room, she was able to spot a few other doctors and nurses sifting through the files as well. After finding and replacing her own stack of files, she decided to familiarize herself with the shelving systems while she was there. Curing coughs and healing sprained ankles could wait if it would allow her to quickly find a file on a critical patient. The shelves were arrayed in what looked to be alphabetical order by family name, given name then date of birth for the civilian section. The ninja section, which was by far larger, was organized slightly different. The files were first arranged by rank, then family name, given name, and finally their ninja license number. Just for her own personal amusement, she decided to look up some people she knew and go over some of their files. Tsunade was rather easy since she knew all the needed information about her mentor. She couldn't help but laugh at some of her early injuries, being bruised knuckles from punching Jiraiya. The Toad Hermit himself was also easy since there were only 2 files available of Sannin rank and his was noticeably thicker. Again, she couldn't help but chuckle that most of his early injuries were bruises and broken bones, most likely matching the dates that Tsunade had her bruised knuckles. His would have been thicker than theirs regardless though, simply because he had spent more time in the village and doing missions. No doubt being treated there for more missions, whereas Tsunade and herself had treated many of their own wounds. She was also able to find her own file, which was much smaller than the other 2 due to her young age when it was last updated in her long absence from the village. After musing over her own file a little and adding some updates, Shizune placed it back on the shelf and moved towards her next target. Jiraiya had told them to look into the boy's life after all, so she might as well do it while she was here. After searching for a few minutes, she was unable to find her target. Maybe they only move the files annually. Considering that thought, Shizune moved to the civilian section and was once again denied her target. What the hell? She was brought out of her musings by a friendly voice coming from down the row. Excuse me, you look lost. Can I help you find someone? Shizune looked at the older nurse and smiled. Yes, actually. I was looking for the medical files on Uzumaki Naruto. He's a genin rank ninja and I thought they might not have moved his file yet. The older woman blinked at her, then blinked again before her face soured. You're new here, aren't you? You could say that. She didn't like the change of tone the woman took up. What business do you have with Uzumaki's files, may I ask? Last I heard he wasn't a patient here. Personal study you could call it. I don't think you should be snooping around his. Oh, Shizune-san, is that you? It's been ages. An elderly male voice spoke up behind the nurse and she moved to the side, bowing for the doctor. The frown that had begun to mar Shizune's face was instantly replaced by a huge smile. Kikuchi-sensei. She ran over to the man and gave him a hug. It has been a long time. Tsunade-sama has kept me very busy lately. Yes, we haven't heard from either of you in so long that we started to fear the worst. If it hadn't been for the Sandame reassuring us that you 2 were still out there, we may have moved your files to the other vault. Either way, it's good to have you both back in the flesh. From what I saw of Hokage-sama, you both did an amazing job. You must be quick filling your mentor's shoes. I'm proud to have started you on the path. He waved the old nurse away and she bowed again before leaving after sending Shizune an appraising look. Thank you, sensei. She bowed in respect to the man that had initially set her on the path of the medic. Had she not become Tsunade's apprentice, or rather been pushed into accepting the offer by him, she probably would have been his own apprentice. Now, I'm sure we both have things to do, life of a medic and all, so if it's quick I'll try to help you find what you were looking for. Now what was it you were looking for? Quote. I was looking for the file on Uzumaki Naruto. May I ask why? She was slightly nervous in answering, but at least he didn't seem to have the same negative response as the nurse had. Instead he seemed to just be genuinely interested. He was the one that went with Jiraiya-sama to bring Tsunade-sama and myself back. I was just going through the files of people I know and got a little curious at what his file might contain. I haven't been able to find it though, in either section. For the first time ever in her memory, the old man seemed to just stand there and look at her. There was no readable expression on his face, and if he hadn't been breathing she would have thought he had died standing. Finally, after what seemed like an hour, he sighed. Are you fond of the boy? What do you mean? Do you seek to hurt him in any way? No. Why would you even ask that? Quote. I had to make sure Shizune. There is far too much hate in this village towards him to allow any bigots to have more information than they should. I'm sure you've seen at least one scowl at the mention of his name. He paused to look over his shoulder in the direction the nurse had retreated to. People like that are no longer allowed near him or his files, so they are kept in a separate area to keep them safe. There are only 2 keys to that vault. One is given to the Hokage and the other is in the possession of the head doctor, me. I will show you his files, but you are not to let his information be public knowledge, nor are you allowed to let anyone else in the vault regardless of whether you are in with them or not. Many of his files have already been destroyed because of such events and I won't risk further damage. Do you understand? His voice was firmer than anything she had remembered in their previous interactions and it scared her slightly. He wasn't on the level of an angry Tsunade, but he was well on his way. She suddenly felt slight pity for those that had destroyed the files. No doubt they had met his full wrath. I understand, sensei. I will not let any harm come to those files. Wait. Files. Plural. Again Kikuchi sighed. Come. You will understand shortly. He turned around and led her away and down a hall off the back of the room. Down here are all of our most sensitive files. In these rooms you will find files on the treatments of criminals as well as high-priority cases. The data that cannot be released on certain persons, such as all of the Hokage, the Sannin and high-ranking ninja are kept in these vaults. Most of them hold hundreds, or up to thousands of individuals. Passing numerous doors he came to one that had a lock and a seal on it. Here we are. Swiping the seal and using his key on the lock, the doctor opened the door and turned on the light inside. He quickly ushered her in and closed the door behind them. What met her were filing cabinets, shelves and racks of all shapes and sizes. Each held a set of dates and a listing of contents. Medical records, X-rays, treatments, severe cases. One thing it all had in common though was that none of the labels had a name attached. You will find what you are looking for in here. When you are done just shut the light off and close the door, it will lock itself. Before she could ask where she should start looking, the door clicked shut and she was alone. Great. Thousands of files and I have to search them to find Naruto's. Letting out a huff she started towards the nearest cabinet. She noted that it seemed to be dated around the time that Naruto would have been born, so it was as good of a place as any to start looking. Opening the top drawer she plucked out the first few files and set it on the small table in the middle of the room before taking a seat. The very first sheet nearly sent her into shock. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Date. October 11th *. Doctor. Age. 1 day. Diagnosis. Lacerations to the abdomen and back, broken femur, various bruises. Treatment. Bandaged wounds. Less than a day old and it sounds like he was dropped out of a tree. She read through the treatment and was slightly shocked at how minimal it was. Flipping to the next page she looked over the next injury. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Date. October 11th *. Doctor. Age. 1 day. Diagnosis. Mistreatment of injuries. Treatment. Set leg. Ointment to bruises and lacerations. Stitches to lacerations. Properly re-bandaged. Side notes. Doctor relieved of duty and escorted off the premises. At least he got treated correctly then. Did they really hate him so bad as to hurt an innocent baby? Slightly relieved at the rectification, she placed that file aside and opened the next one. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Date. October 12 asterisk. Doctor. Age. 2 days. Diagnosis. Assassination attempt. Poison. Treatment. None required. Side notes. Poison seems to be purging itself from the body with no treatment. Again she almost dropped the file, but instead closed it and shuffled through the remaining files before opening one near the bottom of her stack. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Date. October 16 asterisk. Doctor. Age. 5 days. Diagnosis. Assassination attempt. Stab wound to the chest. Blade lightly grazed heart and lung. Treatment. Cuts to heart and lung seem to have healed before medical attention could be administered. Wound has been cleaned and stitched. Side notes. Assailant has not been found despite numerous possible witnesses. Not wanting to believe what she was reading, she quickly stacked the files and took them back to the cabinet. Looking across the dates again, she decided on something a little later. Opening a drawer from a few years after the QB Indecent, she flopped down in her chair once again before opening the top file. Name. Uzumaki Naruto. Date. September 2 asterisk. Doctor. Age. 4 years 327 days. Diagnosis. Assassination attempt. Friction burns to the wrists and ankles. All limbs dislocated on arrival. Stretching of the skin around thighs and shoulders. Treatment. Ointment applied to burns and bandaged. Joints reset and casting applied. Side notes. I can only be glad that this is not my child. This isn't possible. Is there even one normal injury in any of these files? A realization suddenly hit her. Each file she had touched thus far had held only one patient's name. Not wanting to believe it, she ran over to the cabinets and began flipping through files. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. She picked out files at random spots in each cabinet and found them all to hold exactly the same patient. She knew now exactly why this vault held such security. Konoha hated Naruto, and this was the result. Thousands of files built up over the years for one person, most of which were written up before he had even become a ninja. She dropped to her knees in stunned silence as she considered how he seemed to act despite how he was obviously treated. The only thing she could come up with to say was, how? Dinner went smoothly for the most part, and once again Naruto found himself hosting an all-female slumber party. He made sure that both Ino and Tenten had permission to spend the night from their parents before he allowed it after hearing about Tenten's interaction with her father. No matter how stubborn she tried to be, he made sure she respected the wishes of her father. It must have impressed the man when she told him why she was even bothering to ask, because she came back with permission so long as the other girls were there as well. Not like they had anywhere else to go save for Ino. While they were eating, he had them fill him in on anything he missed. It was during that time that he gained a bit more hatred for the villagers and some more respect for a select few others. He also became more determined to make good on his promise involving Hiyashi at some point down the line. One thing that disturbed him though was when Ino said her dad came back from an interrogation one night in a very bad mood. The only indication to her of it was that he didn't call her princess and only had a small dinner before going straight to bed. After the meal they moved to the sitting room and he told them all about his trip. Like their stories to him, his story made some of them come to some rather harsh conclusions. Tenten for one had a new outlook on Tsunade. The Sannin was still her idol, but she announced that she would no longer try to be just like her. Instead she would strive to surpass her in skill while remaining true to herself. A noble goal in Naruto's eyes. Hinata and Haku were, of course, ready to knock some sense into the woman, but were kept from doing so when Naruto told them that such an act could endanger their lives and that would be something he would never wish them to chance. Aside from the verbal thrashing that Tsunade got, they were shocked and awed at his retelling of the battle with Orochimaru and Kabuto. He tried to leave out some of the worst parts, just so they wouldn't worry too much, or try to kill Tsunade in her sleep. With the stories told and any questions answered, Naruto decided it was time to turn in for the night. Kissing the girls goodnight, he laughed off their whining. It had been a long time spent away from home and he wanted nothing more than to just crash onto his bed and fall asleep. With one last good night, he left them to their own devices. He went over all their stories in his head as he laid staring at the ceiling. There was so much that they had to tell him that it would have been difficult to sort out what went where with whom if he hadn't done so much work with Kage Bunshin already. There did seem to be some inconsistencies though. For one, the advisors hadn't been nearly as aggressive as they should have been while he was away. He should have felt relieved at that, but for some reason it only served to concern him. There was also the attitude of the villagers towards the ladies in his care. It frustrated him that they would be treated like he was and there wasn't much he could do about it except threaten people. How am I supposed to protect them from the same people we are supposed to protect? If things start to go like they used to be for me, I don't think I would be able to restrain myself. Before his thoughts could run too far, he heard a soft click and light from the hall spilled into his room. Naruto-kun, are you still awake? He propped himself up on one arm and gave her the best smile he could manage. Hi Hinata-chan. What do you need? Cautiously, she walked into the room and shut the door behind her. The action made him slightly nervous, which grew as she started to walk towards the bed. She was dressed in her bed clothes and staring at the ground as she made her way towards him. Hinata-chan. Naruto-kun. I missed you. Again he smiled at her, though this time it was more loving than happy. I missed you as well, my Harem. As if his voice was an invitation, Hinata jumped into the bed and hugged him, shaking slightly. I love you, Naruto-kun. Though he was startled, he hugged her as well and rubbed her back. It's okay, Hinata. I'm here now. It's okay. He continued to rub her back until he heard her breathing even out. Thinking she fell asleep, he looked down into her open eyes. Please let me stay here tonight. Hinata. Please. She leaned up and kissed him softly. Quote. Naruto stared at her for a few minutes, trying to calm his nerves as he lost himself inside her lavender eyes. Something about her twin pools calmed him down. Finally he sighed. Fine. Harem. Just to sleep. Hinata smiled and kissed him again, a little deeper before snuggling into his chest. To sleep. It seemed like an eternity to him, but eventually Hinata fell asleep in his arms. As he looked upon her slight frame, he couldn't help but revel in her alabaster skin shining in the light that streamed through his window. Someday, Hinata. Someday. It took a couple more hours for sleep to claim him, but for the first time ever he managed to fall asleep in a bed with another person. Neither were awake to see the grin on Hinata's face widen as her subconscious mind took in the atmosphere of calm contentment. Phase 1 seems to be working out nicely. The plan seems to be going just as you said it would, sir. Danzo looked at the ninja reporting to him. Excellent. It may take a while for the full plan to succeed, but I will take my rightful place. With Koharu and Homura pulling the strings of the council while I pull their strings from the shadows, everything will fall into place. No need to rush things. How far along is Phase 2? It is being set up now, Danzo-sama. We will be ready to start within a week. Notify me when you are ready. If Tsunade is anything, it's predictable. Of course, Danzo-sama. As the ninja left, the door to his office opened and in walked his two main puppets. Greetings, advisors. What brings you to my humble abode? He asked with a smirk. The advisors answered with their own, but it changed to a bit of a scowl as they recalled the night's past events. It would seem Tsunade was a bit better than we thought she would be. Hiruzen woke up early and was able to promote the demon to Chunin before Tsunade accepted her station. Danzo just waved Homura's comment off. It matters little. We can easily push her to revoke that decision once she takes office. Demoting someone is much easier than promoting them. Especially if done under stress. You were already planning for this, weren't you? What makes a great tactician is the ability to plan for any and all contingencies. Danzo replied as he walked over to a map on the wall depicting Konoha and her surrounding territory. Koharu coughed to bring him out of his musings. Tsunade also seems to be a bit more stubborn than initially thought. We're not certain she will cave as quickly as once thought. Danzo spun on his heel and faced the two, his face now hard and emotionless. Then we will just have to break her through other means. We broke the Sandame and were able to gain power over him. Surely his student will have exploitable faults as well. We will find them and we will use them. Now I believe you two have some work to do. Understood. We look forward to our future ventures, Danzo. The pair walked out, knowing a dismissal from the root leader when they heard it. Pawns, all of them. By the time they realize, it will be far too late to stop my ambitions. Konoha will be mine and then we will rise to the forefront of the world to become the power that my predecessors would not allow. The power that should have been ours long ago. By the time the world realizes what is going on, we will already be running half of it. The old warhawk allowed a rare smile to grace his features as he turned from the map of Konoha towards his ultimate goal, a map of the elemental nations labeled, Nation of Elements. My ambitions will be realized. The early morning sunbeams breaking through the window and shone on two figures locked in an embrace in the center of the bed. The female was the first to open her eyes, and as she took in her first conscious breath of the day, she couldn't help but smile. Looking up, she stared at the face of the still sleeping boy that held her and kissed him lightly. He stirred a little but didn't wake up, so she decided to snuggle into him a little longer. Half an hour later, the sunbeam became too much and Naruto began to stir. Upon taking his own breath of fresh air, his reaction was slightly different. His eyes popped open and he immediately shot into a sitting position, staring at the girl he accidentally threw off of him. Hinata. Slowly the haze of sleep lifted off his mind and he recalled the events of the previous night. Rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment, he tried to apologize to the sad-looking girl. Sorry about that, Hinata-chan. I'm not used to waking up with people covering me. To himself, a different though finished the statement. At least not with any good intentions. It's okay, Naruto-kun. I'm just happy that you didn't pass out again. His movement stopped as he realized what she said. Slowly a grin spread across his face and in a flash he was hugging her and kissing her. He felt his own heart rate go up a bit, but he was too happy to care at the moment. Giving one last hug, he backed away a bit, breathing heavily and shaking a little. Hinata-chan, I may not be normal in most senses of the word, but I think you are helping me get there little by little. He surprised her more as he bowed to her right there on the bed. Thank you, Hinata, for staying with me despite how I am. Hinata nearly started crying in joy as she shuffled over, trying her best to not give in to her emotions and just jump on him. Naruto-koi, I will always be there for you. No matter what. She slowly grabbed him and lifted him back to a sitting position before leaning in and kissing him gently. Now let's get ready for the day. I have a feeling it's going to be a beautiful one. Slipping off the bed, Hinata left the room to give Naruto his privacy. Yes, Hinata-chan, it looks like a wonderful day. Naruto said as he looked out the window. The sky was clear and blue and the sun was bathing the village in its warm glow. Chapter 25. To be a Chunin. Life was different for the girls now that Naruto was back, at least a little bit. For one, the Hyuga stopped trying to talk to Hinata through the gate. They would still try to corner her on the streets every once in a while, but never when Naruto was around. Likewise, since his presence was a reminder of the event at his estate, and as such the civilians tended to shy away from him a bit more rather than confront him or yell out their insults. Apparently killing a few of them had managed to at least make them a little wary of him. After all, it wasn't smart to taunt a demon. On the other hand, some of the people whose family and friends he had only injured seemed to be a little more tolerant at least. He even managed to slip himself and the girls into a restaurant the day after he'd gotten background. Naruto was still a little angry after hearing what all had happened to them while he was away, but there wasn't anything he would be able to do about it at the moment. Nor was he happy about Haku and Kin being moved onto a team with Kiba, but again there was little he could do. At least Kakashi wouldn't allow anything to happen to them. Despite the man's tardiness, he was a capable ninja. That only left him a couple things to do during the day since everyone was busy. Option 1 was to train. Option 2 was to do solo missions again. He decided to settle for both and went back to his previous strategy of doing D ranks with shadow clones, only this time he studied while they worked if the missions were easy enough. Considering there were still some repairs going on that clones were more than enough for, he managed to get a lot of study time in. Today he planned on doing the same. Sure, it was tedious, but it got him money to support his living expenses. However, upon nearing the mission building he was stopped as a chakra signature closed in. "How may I help you, Anbu-san?" He glanced over at a nearby tree where an otter-masked ninja was looking at him. After watching each other for a couple minutes he was about to ask again when the man decided to speak up. "Uzumaki Naruto, you are to come with me to report to the council chambers immediately." "Well, if you wanted me to come immediately, don't you think you should have said something sooner?" "Let's go." Without another word the man shinned away. Typical. Shrugging the obvious insult off he shoved his hands in his pockets and walked casually towards the council building. It barely took a couple minutes due to the fact that it was so close to the mission hall, but that didn't seem to matter much to some of the occupants who decided to glare at him as he came into the room. "Well, now that the final one has decided to grace us with his presence, I suppose we can get this over with now." Hiyashi didn't even bother to keep the contempt out of his voice, not that Naruto really cared. "So sorry for the long wait I must have given you all, but had the Anbu that decided to finally let me know I was being summoned had decided to grace me with a shunshin as he left, I may have made it here a few minutes sooner. We sent that messenger out half an hour ago, boy. I guess he must have never thought to look for me on the main road that leads from my estate, directly to the mission hall. Of course, as didn't help matters that he decided it would be a great time for an impromptu staring contest when he did find me. Maybe next time you'll send a competent operative to notify me of any future meetings." It was rather obvious that tensions were still high between the two. "If you two are finished flexing your egos, let's get this over with. I have better things to do than be here right now." Hearing the familiar voice to his side, near the head of the table, he looked to find Tsunade throwing them her own glare before indicating him towards the wall behind him. Turning around he now saw there were a few others in the room that weren't normally there. "Shino-san, Shikamaru-san, Haku-chan." He gave each of the boys a nod in acknowledgement and Haku a smile before joining them in their lineup. "So, now that you have us all lined up for the firing squad, why are we here?" He could see some of them turning in their seats at his aloofness of the situation. Whereas the others had been at least somewhat nervous of their situation, Naruto was the picture of calm. For the counselors it was a familiar sight with the boy, but that didn't make it any less irritating. For Tsunade and Jiraiya, who hadn't seen him in this stage before, it was rather unnerving. "The reason you were called here is because you are all being considered for Chunin promotions. Do any of you have anything to say on your behalf?" Silence reigned for a minute until Shino, being the one on the end closest to Tsunade, shook his head slightly and turned towards Shikamaru. "Troublesome. I am a strategist, but I'm rather lazy. I don't know that I would be a decent Chunin, so I will leave that decision to the will of the council." The Nara yawned, making his father grumble a little and chose to pat his fellow clan head on the back to console him. I haven't been a part of this village for long, but if it is decided that I am to be promoted then I will gladly accept the position. After being on the run for so long, it would be nice to have official recognition of my skills." Haku felt a comforting squeeze of her hand and had to wonder just when Naruto had started holding it. Everyone turned to Naruto, who simply stood there with his eyes closed for a moment. Opening them, he stared at the council with a hard gaze. "A Chunin is a rank in which we will be responsible for the lives of those who are at our command. We will be trusted to lead teams when their Jonin instructors are not available, and to carry out our duties as Leaf Ninja to the utmost of our abilities. You all know who I am, or at least think you do. All I ask is that you set any petty arguments against me aside for the moment and actually consider what is best for the village as a whole instead of vengeance for any actions you may think I've taken against you personally. I also ask that you keep in mind that everything I have done recently has fallen well within the laws of this village and the rights I have been given as a citizen and ninja of Konoha no Sato. Give me the same chances that you would give to these other three standing beside me. If you do that, then I will have no qualms with whatever decision that is made." Saying his piece, Naruto backed up against the wall once more. "You four are dismissed. Wait in the lobby until you are called upon." With the dismissal, the four genin made their way out of the room to allow the council to discuss what they heard. Man Naruto. I knew the council didn't like you, but those were some really heated glares. Shikamaru gave the blonde a calculating eye, watching for anything that may betray hidden information. Let's just say they believe they have more reason to hate me than anyone else in the village. Naruto walked over to one of the benches in the waiting area and sat down in it. He tilted his head back against the wall and closed his eyes while letting out a sigh. It didn't take long for Haku to join him and interlace her fingers with his before resting her own head on his shoulder. Despite his tension, Naruto couldn't help but smile at the comfort she gave him. He may be closer to Hinata than any of the other girl, but that didn't mean he didn't care for them all dearly. They had accepted him for being him and he would take any affection they were willing to share. It would seem there is more to you than first appears Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto looked at Shino before turning his head towards the window. We all have our skeletons, Shino. For some of us they fit comfortably in our closets. Others have to find other methods of containing them, lest they spill out and consume everything they hold dear. Someday maybe you'll appreciate the luck that you've been able to sleep comfortably for so many nights while you were young. Geez Naruto. You sound like an old man. The blonde just chuckled at the Nara. Yeah, I guess that's supposed to be your area of expertise. So troublesome. Before they could take their conversation any farther, one of the Anbu guards signaled for them to re-enter the council chambers. Entering the room was much the same as leaving it, though some of the looks were a bit more guarded and they could see a few red faces amongst the counselors. Each of the candidates lined up against the wall where they had originally started and waited for the announcements to come. Tsunade had been glaring at Jiraiya as she listened to the genin walk in. Much to her ire, her fellow Sannin met her glare with one of indifference. He hadn't budged once when they had called out their standings on the promotions. He was the bearer of the Sandame's will and there was nothing they were able to do to sway him. Slowly she turned from him towards the four young ninja and looked at each one in turn. We have reviewed your performances during the exams as well as your mission reports and village standing. I will say that some of you shined in certain areas while looking rather crude in others. Jiraiya coughed behind her, his way of warning her not to go further on those lines. She just sniffed at him. By will of Konoha, you are all promoted to Chunin. Now get out of here and be prepared for your new duties tomorrow. Tsunade. Promoted ninja normally get a couple of days to celebrate. Inoichi informed her. Yeah, well, we're still recovering from an attack and there is no telling who might think we're weak right now, so you get tonight and that's it. Any complaints? Good. Scram. She didn't wait for anyone to move as she let herself out the door and disappeared down the hall. So that is Tsunade-sama. My first impression of her leaves much to be desired. Shino said lowly to the other three. Oh, you have no idea. Naruto turned to Haku. So want to get some stuff for dinner tonight? No doubt the others will want to celebrate. Sure. Shino-san. Shikamaru-san. You are welcome to join us tonight as well, I'm sure. Her words were confirmed as Naruto nodded in agreement. Sorry, but my mom's probably going to want me to celebrate with the clan. With any luck I'll be able to slip away long enough to fall asleep. Shikamaru stuck his hands in his pockets and walked out of the room. Regretfully, I must decline your offer. While my clan does not celebrate such events, my father will want to take my training up another level. Perhaps we will be able to share a meal another day. Shino nodded once before leaving them alone. Well, almost. This is a council chamber, not a hangout for delinquents. Move along before we have you forcefully removed. Junzo said, earning himself a sneer from Haku as Naruto pulled her towards the door. That night they did manage to get Tenten, Ino, Choji and Lee to come over as well as Kurenai, Asuma, Kakashi and Guy. It stayed as a small cookout in the backyard, but it was pleasant enough for them. There was no alcohol though, both to keep everyone safe from Lee and because they all had missions the next day. With so little warning no one was able to get the two new Chunin any gifts, but they were waved off anyway. Naruto and Haku were congratulated numerous times that night by everyone, though Naruto, arguably, got the best out of it all. Each female that showed up gave him a kiss, though Kurenai's was only on the cheek. After the celebration everyone that didn't live on the estate had gone home, including Ino and Tenten, as they would be due for missions the following day as well. It was already getting late as Naruto, Hinata, Haku and Kin waved at the last people to leave while they shouted phrases of youth back at the quartet. The four could only chuckle at the antics of the two spandex-clad shinobi as they walked, hobbled away. Well, this was all a little anticlimactic for a promotion, but I guess ninja are supposed to be quiet about their lives, huh? Haku sighed a little as they walked back into the house. She felt a little put out at the dismissal of the council with no congratulations at all from those who ran the village. You'd think they'd at least have the decency to thank them for their hard work. There are things more important than rank for us, Haku-chan. You two may be chunin now, but that doesn't mean that you're going to suddenly disappear from the village. Same goes for us. It just means you get higher ranked mission or get to lead genin on lower ranked ones if their senseis need a break or have to go on a higher mission. Hinata explained in an attempt to comfort whatever Haku was feeling disgruntled about. It would have been nice if the old Team 7 was still around though. The other three turned to Kin as though they expected her to start talking about flying pink elephants any second. What? I would have paid to see their faces when Kakashi-san took a day off and Naruto-kun showed up to lead them. She grinned evilly, letting them know just how she would expect him to lead them. Naruto just chuckled and shook his head. As amusing as that would be, I don't think the council would like me dragging back 2 body bags from a D rank mission. Only 2. Well, Kiba seems to have backed off, at least for now. If I had found out he was on your team and still up to his old antics, I would have neutered him myself before making sure he wouldn't be a ninja much longer. HMPH, like you would have gotten the chance. Me and Kin-chan wouldn't have left much for you to play with. I think he knows that, so he's a little scared, especially after he saw what we did in the exams. By this time they had managed to make it to the sitting room and had all found a spot to sit or lay down. Haku sat on one side of Naruto on the couch while Kin managed to coax him into massaging her legs as she laid them across his lap. He gave an apologetic look to Hinata as she came back into the room from making tea, but she didn't seem to mind too much as she handed them each a cup and took a seat on one of the comfy chairs. So, how about another tale of how you beat Orochimaru and saved Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama? Hinata said with a giggle as she watched him grimace. I told you I only did what I could think to do to keep us all alive. I think I caught hubby Tem and his lover off guard a few times, but that's it really. Sure. We all know you were the hero of the day, Naruto-kun. He rolled his eyes. Think what you want. I still got the crap kicked out of me while those two got away. That's true. I guess you're not as strong as we thought you were. Ah. Kin was absolutely loving her massage. It felt so good after training under Kakashi-sensei. It seemed that after acquiring a new team, he was more than happy to actually teach them things. Of course, it probably went hand in hand with the fact that if he didn't, Naruto probably would have caused him bodily harm. Well, excuse me for not being Sannin level yet. I'll just have to release my own inner pervert, pedophile or alcoholic, and I should be right there with them. The girls chuckled a little before Kin gave him a half-asleep smirk over her shoulder. I think we could live with you being a bit more of a pervert. She knew she had tread into dangerous waters when he tensed up a little, but after a moment he continued working on her muscles. Maybe someday, Kin-chan. Maybe someday. The four spent the rest of the evening just lounging around and finishing their tea. Once they were all finished, they made their way to their bedrooms for the night, and like the night before, Hinata slipped into his room and crawled into bed with him. She didn't say a word this time though. She simply came in, shut the door, got under the covers and snuggled up to him. One kiss on his cheek was the only other action she took before sighing in contentment and closing her eyes. It didn't take him nearly as long this time to follow her into slumber, though he still laid there for a good bit just watching her sleep. The mission hall seemed rather empty for so late in the morning. He'd already done a few solo D ranks and was currently waiting as instructed for his new mission to be given to him. It seemed his Chunin rank was already going to be tested as one of the Jonin instructors decided to take a day off for some personal errands and asked for his specifically to lead their team. The only thing was, he hadn't been told who he was leading. He'd been waiting for almost a half hour already and was about to tell the Chunin handing out missions to give him another quick D rank when the door to the room opened as Ino and Choji spilled into the room. Ino looked around the room once and sighed in relief. You're lucky, Choji. If we were late meeting our temporary fill-in for Asuma-sensei, I would have made your day hell. But Ino-chan. It was all you can eat. I couldn't just let it go to waste. Your stomach is going to get you into so much trouble one day, and I am not going to pull you out of it. She huffed at him before going over the people in the room once more. Oh. Hey Naruto-kun. She bounded over to him, not even noticing his mischievous smirk as he waited for the questions to come. So what are you doing here? I would have thought you'd already be out on a mission somewhere. Oh, I've already done some missions today. A few D ranks. So, new Chunin life isn't all that different, huh? Still the same crappy missions till something good comes along. Suddenly I'm not all that eager to be promoted. It was all he could do to not crack a smile. Over Ino's shoulder he could see the other Chunin not having nearly as much luck hiding his own. Yeah, well, I guess it can't all be as exciting as fighting an insane Jinchuriki or a Sannin, but it'll come in time. Besides, there are other things that Chunin do. I suppose. So, if you're finished with your missions, why are you hanging around here? Reminiscing about the good old days of whooping everyone's butts at catching Tora. Actually, I'm waiting for my next assignment to arrive, but I have a feeling it'll be here soon. He couldn't keep the smirk off his face, and it only widened as he saw Choji's face go from confused to understanding to amusement. You might as well get your mission a while. I am sure your sensei's stand-in will be here any minute. No point in making them wait, right? You're probably right. Good luck on your mission, Naruto-kun. She gave him a small peck on the lips before turning to the man handing out the mission scrolls. While her back was turned, Naruto sent Choji a wink which was immediately returned. I'd like to get a mission for Team 10. The Chunin looked from her to Choji, then to Naruto, who made a few signals with his hand. The man nodded and grabbed one of the C-rank scrolls. This should do for your team. A small band of bandits have been harassing a nearby town. You are to go there, see how bad things are, then your leader will decide on an appropriate punishment for them. Ino reached out for the scroll, expecting the man to hand it over. To her surprise, he flicked it over her shoulder and behind her. She was about to yell at him when a voice spoke up from behind her. Looks like a pretty easy one. Pack for 3 days and meet at the gate in an hour. She turned around with her mouth hanging open as she looked directly at Naruto, who was smiling while waving the scroll around. She saw Choji's barely contained laughter and turned back to the Chunin behind the desk to see him chuckling as well. Rounding once again to Naruto, she narrowed her eyes. Very funny. Seems you're in agreement with the rest of us then. At her frustrated yell, Naruto fled the scene while calling out behind him. Remember, 3 days and meet at the gate in an hour. He started to laugh again as he shot away, leaving Ino stomping rather childishly in the entrance to the building. They all met up at the gate in exactly an hour, almost to the minute. Choji and Ino each had a small pack while Naruto simply had his scrolls on hand. Before they left, Naruto inspected some of their equipment to make sure they had everything they would need before sealing it away and handing them their own respective scrolls, much to Ino's relief. Choji just shrugged it off with a thanks. Getting their clearance, they headed out the gates and made their way southwest through the trees. When asked why they were going through the trees, Naruto responded that it would take about 3 hours off of their travel time. While they were moving, he began to ask them both questions about their abilities. He already knew most of Ino's, but it didn't hurt to get a refresher on them. Choji's he also knew rather well, but it soon became apparent that they had both been training during his month of absence. Ino was a little stronger thanks to the weights she was using. Weights that all his closest friends had on now, though some of them needed convincing to use them. With the added exercise, her appetite went up to the point where she completely blew away her diet and didn't even try to stick to it anymore. Not that it mattered much since her new training and the weights burned off pretty much every calorie she ingested. Choji had already been stronger than Ino, but with the added weights he started to bulk up a bit more. He wasn't muscle-bound by any means, but he had managed to gain a bit more muscle mass. As a result, he ate even more, seemingly determined to not allow his figure to slip. His family decided to increase his training as well, though he wouldn't reveal just what that was, only that it was along the same lines of what he'd used in the preliminary matches of the Chunin exams. Naruto didn't make them go into detail of their new abilities as he already had a decent idea of what they were capable of. The sun was beginning to settle near the horizon by the time they made it to their target, a small town nestled in a clearing about halfway between Konoha and the southern border of Hinokuni. They stopped on the edge of the tree line as Naruto came to a standstill. Takatani. Population: less than 300. Notable for being one of the few stops for anyone going to southern Hinokuni. Not much to look at if you ask me. I hope they have some good food here. After that long run I'm so hungry. Stage 1 is intelligence gathering. I want you two to go in under Henge as a couple headed for the beach. Ask what you can about the town and see what reactions you get. If you encounter the bandits, don't engage. We want to take them all out at once if possible. If a couple end up missing, the others could get suspicious and that'll make our lives harder. Just follow them if you can and find out where they're based out of. And what will you be doing while we're gathering information, oh fearless leader? I'm going to let whoever is leading this town know that I'm here. After that I'll be doing basically the same thing you two are doing. Trying to find the bandits' hideout. We'll meet back here tomorrow at this time to collaborate information. With a nod of acceptance from each, he bounded off. Well, that sure was a different start for a mission. Well, Ino, I guess we should see what we can find while we get some dinner. Choji hopped down to the road and hanged into an old, but still slightly rotund, man. Ino followed suit and became a slightly plain-looking, but still somewhat attractive brunette around his apparent age. Choji lifted an eyebrow at her. He might be rather plain-looking himself, but that didn't mean he couldn't appreciate having a beautiful woman next to him. I would have thought you'd go for something a little more appealing. Baka. We're not supposed to stand out too much. If I made myself into a whore, we would stick out like a sore thumb in a small town like this. Better that we at least look like a normal couple. Let's go. Before Choji could think of anything to persuade her to turn a little more attractive, she was already out in the open between the trees and the town. So that's all you can tell me about the group of bandits that have been terrorizing your town and nearby travelers for the past 2 weeks? Afraid so. They aren't exactly the most social bunch. They mainly attack travelers to the south that are on their way to the capital or Konoha, or they go after those coming from the north that might be carrying some money for a vacation in the southern regions. They stick to the forest mostly and only send a small group to come get supplies. It wouldn't be so bad if they didn't steal some of the supplies we require and try to sell them to us at inflated prices. Naruto ground his teeth a bit. He had precious little to go on when they came here and the leadership of the town wasn't helping any. All he knew was that the group alternated between the north and south sides of the town and no one had any idea how large the group actually was. Even those that were attacked had given different descriptions of those they saw in the bandits that attacked them. Accounting for different views of the same person, they estimated a total of around 20 that would actually come out of the woods. That was another thing about this. Some of the bandits stayed amongst the trees. The victims were never able to get a good look at them to confirm that they might be amongst those already known about or not. The bandits in hiding stayed in hiding throughout an entire raid. He supposed they were there as a deterrent. If a target had more people than those that were charged with raiding them, they could be persuaded to hand over their goods anyway by pointing out the vast number of shadows amongst the trees. A risky tactic if someone decided to question it, unless one could back it up. I see. Well, we will do what we can, and if we can't find the bandits, we will try to at least scare them off. The elderly leader bowed his head in thanks as Naruto left. He was out the back door to the house and into the shadows without anyone knowing as he rushed towards the forest once more. If he was going to start his own information gathering, he couldn't just pop up in the middle of town. He had already hanged as a middle-aged ruffian in order to disguise his age. Even though he was a chunin, he was still only 13. Adults could be a little condescending when talking to what they considered a child, so he decided not to give them a chance. It almost gave the elder a heart attack until he showed the man his Hite as proof that he was in fact a ninja. Based on the information he gained so far, he traveled a bit farther south before cutting across to the road. His instincts, it seemed, were right on as he had to keep dead silent as to not alert the numerous bandits that were hidden in the forest. Once he felt he was far enough past them, he strode out and started walking back towards the town. He had only traveled about 200 feet when he started hearing the sound of twigs breaking and leaves rustling. He grinned to himself. Scare tactics. Not bad for bandits. The random noises would have done well against a normal person, but he could easily shake them off. After another few hundred feet, he finally got his first up-close view of one of the bandits as the man walked out onto the road in front of him and planted his large sword into the ground. Say, stranger, where ya headed? I hear there's a town not far north of here. Small thing. Should be easy for me to have some fun in. He talked as he walked closer to the man, but stopped as the blade was pulled from the ground and hoisted to the bandit's shoulder. That's so. I'm afraid you'll have to turn back then. Me and my men run this stretch and we don't want eye competition. While he was talking, about a dozen more bandits joined him and circled the traveler. Well, there isn't much game back that way, so I'd much rather keep going north. It's not like I'll be staying long. It's only a small town. Sorry pal, but the boss don't want others coming through unless they can pay a toll. Now, unless you wanna pay up, I'd suggest you take your business somewhere else. Naruto shrugged. Fine, if that's the way you want to be, then I'll go. Too bad though, I hear there's some fun to be had in that town lately. Something about ninja or some such. Well, have fun and good hunting. He waved over his shoulder as he walked away, smiling to himself. The bandits didn't even realize they had gained another comrade. He slipped back into the woods once he was far enough away and circled back around before re-entering the town from the north. It wasn't difficult to find Ino and Choji since they were the only ones with notable chakra anywhere close by. He calmly walked in the restaurant they were eating at and took a look around, noting the looks on the few customers' faces. It was nothing close to Nami, but it was starting. Taking a seat at the bar, he ordered his meal and a bottle of sake and took his time eating it, giving his companions the time they needed to realize that he was there. He almost panicked when Ino started to get up to head towards him, but a gentle touch from Choji got her to sit down again. Finally they left and he followed shortly after, letting two other groups leave before doing so. All three eventually checked into the same inn, Choji and Ino getting a room with 2 beds to keep it proper until they were married, and Naruto taking whatever was available. Once the lights in the town began to go out, Naruto walked up the outside of the building and in through the window of the room his teammates were staying in, only to have to duck down as a pillow came flying his way courtesy of a changing Ino as she ducked under the blankets of the bed. She calmed down once she saw who it was but decided it best to finish changing under the safety of the sheets. A smart choice considering Choji had rushed in the room at the sound of her scream. He looked between the window and Ino before grumbling about overreacting and going back into the bathroom to finish his bedtime preparations. Sorry about that, Ino. I didn't think you two would be going to bed so soon. After all, we haven't even discussed what you two may have found. Oh, don't worry about it. I just kind of freaked cause I thought it was Choji peeking. If I'd known it was you, I wouldn't have screamed you're allowed to peek on me. She smiled a little too sweetly for him as she came out from under the sheets. He was almost afraid to look, but, thankfully, she had on some decent sleeping clothes. Of course that doesn't mean it should be something we make a habit of on missions. She gave him a wink as she closed in and kissed him. He surprised her when he lifted her up and carried her back to her bed. As he went to drop her back on it, he was in turn surprised when she clamped her legs around his waist, causing them both to fall on the bed. Of course, it was at this prime moment that Choji decided to finish in the bathroom and came walking back out only to see Naruto laying on top of Ino on her bed. If you guys really want to do that here, maybe Naruto and I should switch disguises and you two can have all the alone time you want. Immediately Naruto was off Ino and sitting in a nearby chair. Ino sent Choji a rather disgruntled look, but didn't say anything. Ahem, recent events aside, did you two see or hear anything interesting while I was gone? Nothing really of note. Everyone seems depressed and looked like they were pitying us, but other than that they weren't really forthcoming. Seems the bandits never targeted the town directly, so the villagers probably just feel sorry for anyone just passing through since they'll most likely be hit by the bandits. Ino told him. She couldn't really feel sorry for the town since they weren't directly affected, but at the same time she could see that it brought the atmosphere of the place down after no doubt seeing so many people lose everything they had on them. Choji added in his own observations. There were a couple scouts checking for new arrivals in the main streets. They obviously pick their targets before they attack. Thing is, they would have just blended in if they didn't look more attentive than the rest of the villagers. When they had first started, they probably were given no mind while they just stood about looking at people. By the time they became obvious, it was probably already too late, and they aren't technically doing anything wrong by standing there, so the locals couldn't just arrest them. Add in the fact that the bandits may have raided the town if they did arrest the scouts, and you have just enough of a deterrent to let them be. Thus we get hired when the pressure got to be too much, and now it's our job to flush the system. They're lucky they didn't wait any longer, or they may not have had the money to pay us. At least we might get some decent weapons out of this regardless. The two others quirked an eyebrow in confusion. While you two were gathering information inside the village, I was gathering some from the source directly. He watched their eyes widen a little as understanding hit them. So you saw the bandits? Why not just take them out if they were already there? Ino inquired. Because they weren't all there. I'd rather find out where they're based at and take them all out at once. The village elder was kind enough to document the thefts as they came, and through cross-referencing them I was able to find that no more than 20 actually took part in the attacks, but there are more than that out there. My guess is somewhere around 30 to 40, including the scouts and the ringleader, who wasn't with the bandits that attacked me, by the way. Now Choji got curious and decided to offer his own input. So what do we do now? We could continue our act and get robbed, then follow them back to their camp and attack, but then we risk them spotting us and running. We could pick them off little by little and hope the leader eventually comes to see what's going on, but he could be a chicken and run away to another part of the country to start up his business elsewhere. Or we could. We'll be fine. I sent a hanged clone with them. It'll follow them to their camp before dismissing itself when it gets a chance. We'll know where the camp is and attack before dawn tomorrow. After the camp is taken, we'll split into two groups and head north and south to take out any groups that may have already set up for the day. Last will be the scouts. We should be done in time for lunch. Quote. You could have done all this yourself with clones, couldn't you? Ino deadpanned. Naruto grinned at her. Probably, but it's better to have a team to watch your back in case something unexpected shows up. If there's a ninja among them, even a low-ranking one, it would be better to go in with a team regardless of the ranks involved. I was a genin and I took out a jonin. Granted, it was by surprise, but it just shows that sometimes the rank you're given is just a word and has no meaning to your actual skill. Keep that in mind. Okay, hot shot. I guess we should get some sleep if we're going to do this so early. She walked over and gave him a kiss, which Choji was decent enough to turn away from. Nighty night, Naruto-kun. He nodded back to her before addressing the room. Be ready to leave in 5 hours. That made them slump a little, and he chuckled before jumping out the window and heading back to his own room. Man, I hope he at least lets us have some breakfast before we leave. Choji whined. I'm sure he'll have plenty of ration bars if you get hungry. She laughed as the hefty boy wept before crawling into bed. The sky was still dark as they leapt through the treetops. It was a bit more of a challenge here than in the north. Here the trees seemed farther apart and not nearly as thick in most areas, causing them to proceed on foot. Other areas they were thicker, but the branches were denser, making them harder to maneuver around. They would have called it quits if Naruto hadn't told them to think of it as training. They still managed to get a few bumps and bruises, though having Naruto lead the pack did help a little. For some reason he could see a lot better than they could in the twilight hours. As he told them, they left the village before it was even light out, and like Ino told Choji, he had a lot of ration bars. Naruto didn't let them know he'd heard that last conversation the night before, and he couldn't help but laugh as he handed the bars over to Choji when he showed up that morning. Ino seemed to be the first to figure it out as she started to crack up a bit. After Choji figured out why they were laughing, he grimaced and tossed one of the bars at each of them. Neither hit, of course, but it got his annoyance to go down a little. Naruto signaled for them to stop as he came up to a less dense section of the forest. They could hear the clinking of metal and saw the first sparks of fire lighting some cooking fires. All right. We're about 50 yards from the camp now, and most of the bandits are still in the sack. They are going to resist heavily, so I need to know, have either of you killed before? Both of them gulped, realizing what was being implied. Choji looked down a bit. I got my first kills during the invasion. I mowed down a bunch of ninja with my Nikuden Sensha. They fell off the stadium wall unconscious, so they weren't able to adjust before they hit the stone stairs outside. They didn't get up. He found a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Naruto there. You did what you had to. You kept those precious to you safe, Choji. There is no shame in that. He watched the boy nod in acceptance before turning to his other charge. What about you, Ino? Taking the civilians to the shelter. We had to protect them from a group of Odo Nin. I took control of one that was fighting Tenten-chan and used him to attack another. The other ninja killed the one I was controlling, but technically it was me that killed him since he wasn't able to control himself. She didn't look nearly as hurt as Choji did. Well, not that knowing that will make this any easier, but at least you might not freeze up here. Yes, if it is necessary you will kill these bandits. Do not let a single one escape. Ino, no mind controlling, we won't be able to watch your body. No flash, just go in, knock them out if you can, kill them if you can't. Quick, silent, and efficient. When we're done here we'll bind up the survivors and move on to our next targets. He created about 24 clones and signaled for them to spread out and make a perimeter around the camp. No one would be escaping them. Well, I have to say, Naruto, you are a lot more demanding than Asuma-sensei. He would have just gone in and taken them all out while we watched. That's the difference between us, I guess. I want you to actually gain experience by doing, not just watching me kick a whole lot of ass. You'd never be prepared for a promotion if you didn't get any actual field experience. Quote. Quote. Let's go. The trio silently crept into the camp, taking out the half-asleep guards as they went without a sound. They started at the tents and bound those inside, knocking them out before doing so if needed. By the time they made it halfway to the main gathering area they had already dealt with a dozen bandits. Up ahead a bandit staggered sleepily out of his tent and stretched. Ino was about to take him out when he turned towards her. He squinted, trying to figure out who she was. When realization dawned in his eyes he went to make a call of alarm, only to have her kunai pierce his throat. His gurgling wouldn't have been enough to alert anyone, but unfortunately he tipped into the tent he came out of, making his bunkmate yell out in surprise. Just like that, their surprise attack had turned into a full assault. Naruto swore as he saw what happened, but there wasn't much any of them could have done in that situation. Even he would have been hard-pressed to catch the guy before he fell. As bandits started to pour out of the tents he drew his own shuriken and took out those that he deemed were the greatest threats. Anyone that was holding a weapon was cut down immediately as he and Choji charged in and started knocking out those that they could before the rest grabbed weapons as well. The sounds of the battle were already alerting the cooks and the rest of the guards as they came running over as well. He could also see movement in the windows of the only solid structure in the camp. A makeshift cabin that most likely held the leader. Bandits fell left and right as Choji rolled over them. Ino hopped around behind him, binding those that were only unconscious while letting out a few kunai and shuriken towards anyone that tried to get too close. It was enough of a deterrent to allow her the time she needed to work. Meanwhile Naruto was headed through the throng with a purpose. After all, it was only right that a leader take on a leader, right? The hell's going on out here? It figured. The leader was a large muscle-bound man with slightly less ragged clothes than his cohorts. He hefted his own large sword, not unlike the man Naruto had met on the road, only this one did it with practiced ease. Knocking his last bandit away with a kick to the head, Naruto advanced on the man. Greetings, Hito-san. We were hired to bring you in to answer for your crimes. You can come quietly, or, well, I guess either way would be quiet. Just one would allow you to still be breathing. Some pipsqueak thinks he's going to tell me what I can do. I think not. The man brought his sword around in an arc only to find it blocked by a much thinner, red blade. He was slightly impressed as he hadn't even seen the kid had a blade. So you can handle a blade somewhat, but were you lucky or do you actually have skill? He brought his sword around again and found it to once more be blocked by that unique wakizashi. Okay, I'll admit you know some things, and that's a very interesting blade you wield. Naruto swung his sword this time and the man just barely blocked the quick strike. It was my mother's before she died. Now I wield it in honor of her memory. I may not be a sword master, but I still know enough about how to handle a blade to make an opening. Before the man realized what he said, Naruto's tanto was slicing through the tricep on his open side. Oh, and I don't use only one blade. The bandit leader grunted in pain as he backed off, trying to keep his sword in a guard with his one good arm. Damn you. That was underhanded, you little punk. Naruto just shrugged off his insults. I'm a ninja. What did you expect? He watched the man pale at the new information. So, do you want to come quietly? He brought his blade up once again. Or do you want to come really quietly? Now, the bandits had hurt a few of the people that they came across, but they never had to kill anyone, so it was in his best interest to surrender, but if he did he would most likely either be put to death out of spite or imprisoned for a very long time. Neither option was particularly appealing to him, so with a mighty heave he made one more last-ditch attack. His blade swung high over his head and crashed down where the blonde boy had been, but hit nothing but air. Looking up as the sun began to rise above the horizon, he sighed. It's been a good fight, kid, but I guess this is the end of our fun. Naruto didn't even bother to turn around from his position behind the man. It is, Hito-san. Rest well and pray that your shame in life will be forgiven in death. Seeing their leader fall, the rest of the bandits decided it would be a good idea to cut their losses. As they made their retreat though, they were met by a wall of ninja and easily overtaken. When the fight was finally over, there were only 8 dead out of about 24. Those that survived were assigned a clone to take them back to town after disarming them. Other clones were given the task of breaking the camp and storing everything before either heading back to their hotel rooms or carrying the dead bodies to a secure location. Okay, I'll be going north, you two will be heading south with a few clones. If there are bandits there, take them out and then head back to town with them. If the road is empty, come north, and if I'm not finished, help me with the rest. Getting 2 nods, he once again signaled for them to split up. His clones that were heading back to town would deal with the scouts while they got rid of the actual brawlers. By the time he got to the northern road and started walking towards town, he already knew he would be up against the larger group of leftovers. He had already surrounded the area with clones in order to flush out anyone hidden in the trees while he played decoy. He wasn't disappointed as the same man from before walked out in front of him. Say, stranger, where ya headed? Quote. You can't come up with something a little better. A smart one, huh? Done matter. Hand over your valuables and we'll let you be on our way. Naruto waited as the rest of the men came out of the brush and once again surrounded him. What about the rest? The bandit looked a little startled at first, but laughed. So you saw them, huh? I guess we'll have to work on our stealth a little more if a kid was able to see them. You aren't very smart, are you? Naruto mocked them as he took in each one. He could see them a lot easier than he could last night with the sun on its way through the sky. His comment served its purpose as the man tensed up in anger. What exactly do ya mean by that? A lone kid walking down a road, far from anywhere and without protection. Don't you think there would be a reason for that? He brought his eyes back to the main bandit and watched him shuffle his feet a little, trying to figure out what he meant. I'm a ninja, you moron. The small spark of intelligence in the man's eye seemed to grow as the information hit him. Self-preservation kicked in immediately. He may not be able to beat a ninja one-on-one, but if they all attacked they could overpower him easily. Plus, it was just a young ninja. The town must have hired him. Take him out. We'll teach those fools that we can't be messed with. At his order, the bandits rushed forward as one with a battle cry. Naruto brought out his 2 blades again and cut a hole between 2 of the men, giving himself an escape route. As they collapsed, the others turned towards him and followed. A high block with the tanto, followed by a slash with his wakizashi, and another bandit's stomach was opened. He jumped back a bit to gain some distance as the main bandit's sword tried to cleave him in 2. You know, you could have just come quietly and dealt with a trial, but I guess you're more like your leader. You'd rather die than serve any prison time. What the hell do ya know about my brother Brat? I know that he wasn't good enough to beat me. My team and I took our base not too long ago. Seeing the men looking around, he sighed again at their stupidity. I sent them to the South Road in case you idiots were still there. The man grit his teeth and gripped his sword a little tighter. You bastard. You're dead. Once again they all rushed him. This time he formed a few hand signs. Futon. Kasaryu. The gust of wind that came out of Naruto's mouth picked up the small stones and gravel that lay around him and flung them towards the bandits, smacking many of them in some very painful places. 3 were left relatively unharmed and continued on their path. Once more he found himself blocking a couple of swords while the third man came at him from between the other 2 with a dagger. Not wanting to feel his intestines escaping the hole that would mar his body, Naruto jumped back once again. It was then that he realized what they were doing. They were systematically trying to drive him back towards the woods. Maybe they weren't as stupid as he thought. Not that it mattered. By now his clones had already dealt with the hidden nuisances and he would be clear to use the forest as he pleased should they get him that far. Again they came at him, but this time he spun to the left, blocking the charge of one of them as he quickly parried and sliced the other's leg before running past towards the slow-rising victims of his jutsu. Those that didn't look like they were ready to give in yet, found cold steel sliding across their throats as he passed by them on his way to the head bandit. If he dropped the man, the rest might lose their will to fight. He flew through more signs as he approached and called out to the man. I hope for your sake this is quick. Doden. Kanon. Naruto skidded to a stop in front of the man and punched the ground. A hole opened up between them, and had the bandit not been so curious he may have run. Unfortunately all he managed to see was a blob of stone and mud that came hurtling out of the ground towards him, but by then it was far too late and the ball was moving too fast for him to dodge. The result was a, now headless, bandit, half jumping to the side with a late reflex before it fell flat on its side in the middle of the road. You bastard. Naruto spun around to see the rest of the bandits heading straight for him. Apparently taking out their sub-leader was the wrong thing to do. Sighing, he signaled for his clones to come out of hiding and the road became a battleground as the last handful of bandits tried to put up a fight. With the clones distracting them, it was easy for him to weave in amongst them and slaughter them all. Not the ending he wanted, but there could be no other it seemed. Once the last man fell, he dismissed his clones. Standing there in the middle of the carnage, it took him a moment to realize he was being watched. He looked south, toward the village, and found his 2 teammates standing there staring at him, both looking a little green-faced. He casually walked out of the mess and over to them, causing Choji to take a half step back. Wondering what could be wrong, he took a look down at himself. There were no random weapons sticking out of him, but he did see that he was now covered with quite a lot of blood. He laughed a little, scaring the other 2. Don't worry Choji, I'm fine. They just decided they didn't want to go quietly, so I was forced to put them down, though it seems I'll need a shower after all that. Did you run into any trouble on your end? Choji shook himself back to reality and tried to get back into his mission mindset. Why yeah, there were a couple of bandits just taking tabs on who was traveling. We only had to fight 2 of them and the others gave up after that. There were only 6 total though. Naruto. How did you? He couldn't finish his sentence and tried again. Are they all? Still no luck. Yes. They are all dead. I did it using tactics and clones. In the end I just proved that one ninja that knows what they're doing is better than a dozen or so untrained bandits that swing their weapons around like clubs while yelling out threats that they can't back up. Throughout the conversation, Ino was still turning green. Sure, she had killed before, but only this morning had it been face to face. Today was the first time she had to look her victim in the eyes as he died. Now she was seeing just how ruthless she may need to become in order to survive her occupation. She jerked suddenly as she felt a hand on her shoulder. Ino, are you okay? She looked over at the hand, which was now only tinged a little red, and followed the arm up to the 2 blue eyes that she knew all too well. Ino, I'm sorry. I'm just. Not used to seeing that yet. Quote. I would hug you, but I'm kind of. Anyhow, let my clones take care of this and let's go get cleaned up. I'll give our report to the elder and then we'll grab a quick bite to eat before we head home. 2. Shaky nods later and they were headed towards the town. Choji and Ino were able to walk through the town with no trouble at all, but when the villagers saw Naruto they rushed up and tried to take him to a doctor. This, more than anything else, told them that the bandits had often been a bit rough in their muggings. Suddenly the two genin didn't feel so bad about the lives they took. Those that hurt others for the sole reason of gaining more power were not people that should be free to roam their country. It took about half an hour and many explanations before they reached their hotel. They split into their separate rooms so Naruto could shower without them having to wait too long. It took him almost an hour to get to a satisfactory point of cleanliness before he got dressed and went to meet with the other two. Upon entering their room he was immediately tackled by Ino. She wasn't in hysterics but she was eerily quiet, just holding him close while Choji was busy in the shower. "You okay?" "Yeah," she whispered so low that he may not have heard it had he been anyone else. "I've killed before, but I didn't have to see his face when I did it. It's different." "Yeah, it is. Do you ever get used to it? The killing? If you do you should start questioning your sanity, but then again you did decide you wanted me so maybe we should get you checked out anyway." His comment earned him a playful smack on the head, but it got her to smile again at least. "Now, once Choji gets out of the shower we'll go finish up our mission, make sure all of our accounts are settled here, get some food then head home. Sound good to you?" "Yeah." Their talk with the elder was quick and to the point. They were thanked for their services and assured that those that were caught alive would see justice done to them. The three weren't about to sit around and see exactly what that justice entailed, so they packed their belongings, had a quick lunch and were well on their way in the early afternoon. It wasn't until halfway back that anyone decided to strike up a conversation, and somewhat surprisingly it was Choji that got bored of the silence before Ino. "So Naruto, why are we going back early if we didn't have to leave until tomorrow?" "A couple of reasons really. First, if a mission was done satisfactorily and ahead of schedule, there is a chance that we get a bonus. I for one can use as much extra money as I can get at the moment." Choji grinned back at him. "It's your own fault for attracting women like Kiba attracts fleas. Are you calling me a flea, Choji?" Ino glared at him, causing him to shrink back a little. "And no, I meant that, you all just seem attracted to him like fleas, not that you are fleas, The boy was sweating and looked to be a little fearful so Naruto cut in before Ino decided to give him a few more bruises. "It's not just that. I also don't have a family that can provide the things I need to survive. You know, food, water, utilities. I don't come from a clan, I come from an orphanage so I don't have the luxury of having people provide for me." "Sorry. Not your fault, Choji, so don't worry about it. Anyhow, another reason is because we could be needed. The invasion should have taught you that. The less time we spend outside the village, the less chance we have of not being there when we'll be needed the most. Even with our advanced warning there were still a lot of our ninja out on missions, some of which probably didn't need to be. Aside from those two facts we also have more time now to do another mission, train or just take a bit of a break. We won't be scheduled to take another mission until the day after tomorrow, assuming no injuries, so unless you want one you won't be required to take one. I guess those are good enough reasons to go back early. I never thought about it that way. I guess that's part of why I wasn't good enough to make Chunin. Don't worry about that. I'm sure you'll be ready by the next exam if you keep up your training and hanging out with Shikamaru. Though you might have to coax him into doing more than just looking at clouds." "Yeah, like that'll happen. Shika's never going to give up that hobby, though you could always ask him to teach you shogi." Ino pointed out. "She's right. It would help your strategic abilities, and you can talk to him about whatever else you want to know about being a chunin while you're playing." But shogi's hard. His downtrodden look made both of the others laugh a bit as they continued on their way home. They entered the gates right around dinner time and Naruto told them that he would turn in the mission report so they could be on their way. He waved at them one last time as they split up before making his way to the mission hall. It should be closing soon, but there was always someone on duty to handle mission reports. He was right on time to see the changing of the chunin as he made his way to a desk that was used by returning mission leaders to fill out their reports. Once he sat down though he came to a realization. He had no idea what he was supposed to write. This wasn't exactly something that was covered in the academy, and he had his suspicions that it was normally the Jonin sensei that covered it with their teams as they prepared for the Chunin exams, or slightly after. A little nervous from coming across something he didn't know how to do, he walked up to the fresh Chunin behind the mission's desk. Excuse me, but I have a little bit of a problem. The only response was a quirked eyebrow from the woman as she watched him scratch his head. You see, I just got back from leading a mission for the first time, and I realized that I have no idea what's supposed to go in a mission report. Could I maybe, get a sample of one so I know what I need to cover? The woman smiled at him, and for some reason it felt like she was laughing in her mind. There is a sample of a mission report for all public rankings over there on the board. Mainly though, you just put in notable points, and if the higher-ups have questions about anything they'll let you know. Just try to keep track of the missions you do in your head for a couple months so that any questions that come up can still be answered. I see. Or you could always be like some of the lazier ninja and just write down, completed, or failed, then hope that the review board is too busy to care. She thought for a minute, considering him. In your case, no offense, but you may want to be a little more thorough than needed, just to avoid hassle. I see. Thank you. She nodded at him and he left to read the samples that were laid out. Only missions up to A rank were covered, as anything higher would most likely require a verbal report regardless of filling out any paperwork. Just to make sure nothing was missed or misinterpreted. He made sure to read each level of samples just in case he got a mission of those ranks. They weren't real missions, and each was only a rough outline to use. There were some aspects that he immediately crossed out mentally as pointless information that didn't relate to the mission at all, which made him a little annoyed that they would try to find out things like personal affairs during the mission, or general interactions. Ages and exact times were also scratched from the list. He didn't exactly have time to look at his watch every time he killed a thug or had a meeting with his team. Having a list of what he considered needed information, he sat down and filled out his first mission report. By the time he was done, he had been in the hall for over an hour and his report filled up a couple sheets of paper. There was no way he was going to chance a meeting with a bunch of bigots if he could help it. He turned in the signed mission scroll along with his report, getting a slightly wide-eyed reaction from the on-duty Chunin. Well, I don't think you needed something quite this descriptive for a standard C rank, but at least someone is taking their job seriously. She scanned over the report, giving approving nods every now and then. Okay, looks good, Uzumaki-san. If you just sign off here, you can be on your way. She handed him her clipboard and waited for him to sign before taking it back. Well, have a nice night, we'll see you in 2 days, well, unless something comes up. Sure, and thanks for the help. He bowed slightly and waved before heading home. A nice meal and short story of his mission later, and he was snuggled up on his couch with Hinata. Haku and Kin were apparently out on a low-level mission of their own. Something about guarding a merchant caravan or something. It would have just been Kin and Kiba, but Kakashi seemed to want an extra hand. He didn't blame the guy considering his last C rank ended as an A rank. So you're going to get a full day to yourself tomorrow then? Must be nice. Shino's been filling in for Kurenai-sensei since she's taken some personal time off. I don't know who'll be filling in for us tomorrow though. He has a clan meeting, so we will be getting someone new. Hinata looked a little down at the probability of having someone she didn't know leading her. She'd gotten used to having Kurenai and Shino around that it probably made her a little nervous. Then there was always the chance that she would be assigned with a Hyuga Chunin, and that just spelled disaster all over. Tell you what, if you get someone you don't feel willing to be around, just have them send for me and I'll take your team for whatever mission you and Harem get assigned. That way you won't have to worry about anything happening that you aren't comfortable with. He smiled as she looked up at him hopefully. But you have the day off. Don't you have anything you want to do with your free time? Well, I spent the past 2 days with Ino-chan, even if it was on a mission. Kin-chan and Haku-chan are out on a mission. I'm not sure what Tenten-chan is up to, but considering her team, they will probably either be on, or start, a mission tomorrow. It's not like I have that many other people to hang out with, so I would rather go on another mission than sit around the house all day with nothing to do. But you could train, Work on seals or go shopping. Naruto grabbed Hinata's shoulders and turned her towards him. Listen, Hinata. The point is, I would rather spend some time with you. With all the Chunin exams, the invasion, and then finding Tsunade, I haven't gotten to be with any of you girls. If a couple of days of missed training lets me spend some time with you, then I'll make that sacrifice. It's not that big of a deal. Quote. If you say so. I just don't want you to get bored watching over us. Hey, I don't think I could get bored when I'm around you, Hinata-chan. He gave her a small peck on the lips, which soon turned into a full kiss and later into a little bit of tongue wrestling as Hinata moved from beside him to his lap. They stayed at it for about 10 minutes before they finally parted. Yeah, definitely not going to get bored. Hinata smiled at him as she blushed in embarrassment. Now, I believe it's time for bed, so go get ready. I assume you'll be sleeping with me again. Hi, I like sleeping beside you. It's comfortable. And warm. She admitted. I feel safer beside you than in my own bed. I'm sorry if I'm intruding. That's fine. I think I'm starting to get a little more comfortable with it too. I don't know, maybe it's the difference in the aura you put out. It's a lot more comforting than. Naruto looked down towards the floor, not wanting to continue that train of thought. Hinata hugged him close and laid her head on his shoulder. I understand. I'm happy that you know I'm different than that. I'll never hurt you, Naruto-koi. She lifted his chin and kissed him again. He stopped sooner this time and gave her a smile. If we keep this up, we'll never make it to bed. People will start to question why we both look like zombies tomorrow. Go get changed. I'll see you again shortly. He stood her up and gave her a gentle push towards the stairs to get her moving. Once she was gone, he stared at his shaking hand before trying to force it to stop with his other. Kissing her wasn't bad, but when she climbed into his lap, it had started shaking so much that he was afraid she would notice, so he shoved it underneath himself to keep it still. Now though, he had to take a few minutes to get it to stop. Once it did, he swept his hands through his hair. Girls, I want to hold you close so bad, but I can't like this. Just, please, be patient with me. He didn't want to admit it, but the thought of himself not being able to go fast enough for them was scaring him to death, especially the thought of losing Hinata or Haku because he was too afraid to go farther. He knew they were sympathetic with his issues, but there was only so far that sympathy could go before it turned into irritation. Naruto-kun. Hinata called from the top of the steps. Are you coming? Why yes, Hinata-chan. I'll be right up. Gripping his hand one last time, he left to get ready for bed. At least they were still here and he couldn't ask for more than that at the moment. Chapter 26. Misleading. Naruto awoke the next morning to find Hinata already gone. In her place was a note saying that she turned off his alarm so he could sleep in a little, not that his biological clock actually let him lay about for too long. Since he wasn't one to sit around and do nothing, he got out of bed and got ready for his day. One of his first tasks was to remake his traveling pack so he would be ready in case a new mission came up. Being as the last one only took a couple days, he didn't have too much to replenish. A set of clothes and some ration bars for his scroll and some kunai to go in his pouch. Next on his list was his laundry. He already had his clothes from the mission soaking overnight, but they still needed washed, so he made a clone to take care of that little chore without a second thought while he made himself some breakfast. With the basics out of the way, his next step was the organization of everything he managed to get from the bandits they conquered. He didn't really want to call it a fight, much less a battle. Usually those entailed them getting at least some scratches. Something that just wasn't the case in this instance. Unfortunately, before he could dive into those storage scrolls, he heard the door to the house open and close. Naruto. Hinata's voice rang out through the ground floor. Out back, Hinata. He quickly packed up what he had out and stowed it away for later as he got up and headed for the door. They almost collided as Hinata rushed out to meet him, and only a quick grab and twirl kept them from falling to the ground. Careful, Hinata-chan. Wouldn't want to get us too hurt, though we could use it as an excuse to stay in bed all day. She at least had the decency to blush before remembering why she came home. I requested that you take the lead of our mission today. I hope you don't mind. You said it would be okay. Her pleading eyes were too much for him to bear. Even if he'd wanted to stay home alone, he wouldn't have been able to resist. Sure. Let me just grab some things and we can go. He walked past her and bounded up the stairs to his room. You don't want to know why. Hinata yelled up after him. The sound of objects moving around told her that Naruto was getting some things he would need for a mission. It seemed a little odd to her considering he didn't even know where they were headed or for how long. You want me to go along, and you didn't want the person that was assigned to you to go. Do I need any other reason than that? He walked out of his room and hopped down the steps, catching her in a hug as he stopped himself. Besides, we get to spend more time together. Shall we go? Hi. An excited Hinata and happy Naruto walked out the front gate to meet the waiting Harem. Harem-chan. He's coming with, so we can get our mission now. The girl turned towards them from her spot at the wall. Cool. This'll be a lot better than that stuck-up prick they tried to give us. For the betterment of the mission, my ass. She huffed and started to lead the way towards the mission hall. You girls didn't get a mission yet. They wouldn't let us pick one up without our sensei or an approved leader present. I guess you're the only one that got special permission to do that. Really? Would it have been so bad to give us a couple of D ranks and be done with it? Harem grumbled her opinions back to them. Well, don't worry about it too much. Mine was a special case. Yeah, you were the Hokage's favorite little ninja. She retorted. Naruto cast a sideways look at Hinata, who just rolled her eyes in return and mouthed the word, period. He nodded in understanding. He recalled the explanation from when he was helping Hinata and Haku with their medical studies. Suffice it to say that he knew more about the female's inner workings than most males probably should. Of course he had learned a lot of it while Hinata was passed out since she couldn't get very far talking about anatomy when he was right next to her. Well, regardless, we'll get our mission soon enough. What rank do you two want? He knew he had to emphasize when he got confused looks. Chunin, remember. We can technically get anything up to low B rank, but since it'll only be 3 of us, I'm going to limit us to low C rank at most. Same thing I did with Ino and Choji. I think we could go for a low C. What do you think, Harem-chan? Sure, whatever. Naruto leaned over closer to Hinata to whisper in her ear. I think I can see why Shino is having a clan meeting. His comment earned him an elbow to the ribs, which he mock pouted as he rubbed the wound. That's not very nice, Naruto-kun. Maybe not, but it was funny. He stuck out his tongue at her and was shocked a bit to find it quickly captured. He stood there, frozen for a few seconds, trying to figure out what happened as Hinata laughed and yelled at him to hurry up. Shaking himself out of his daze, he rushed up behind her and scooped her up into his arms, causing her to laugh louder as he started to run towards the mission hall, leaving Harem to grumble in their wake. They waited patiently outside the building for her to arrive as they chatted about nothing in particular. When she finally showed up, all 3 headed inside to grab their mission. The Chunin behind the desk was one that Naruto hadn't seen before, nor had he ever seen the long-haired, brunette man that was leaning against the wall off to the side. He had expected to walk right in and get their mission, but it seemed as though these two had other plans. I see you finally decided to show back up. Hinata. The brunette man looked at them, revealing white, pupilless eyes. Are you ready now for your mission? I have picked out a satisfactory B rank for us. Naruto had stiffened the moment he'd heard the man talk. When he saw the man's eyes, confirming his clan, his eyes narrowed. Then he heard what mission the man chose and his anger rose. You planned on taking 2 genin on a B rank mission. What are you, nuts? I don't believe this concerns you, genin. This is my choice as their temporary squad leader. Now if you'll excuse us, we have a mission to attend to. The male Hyuga made to escort the 2 girls out of the room, but found Naruto already in his way. Move, boy. Oh, I think not. You aren't taking these 2 anywhere. I am a Chunin, you are a genin. You will do as I say and remove yourself from my path or you will be detained for insubordination. Can it, asshole? In case you haven't heard the recent promotion list. I am a Chunin as well. Hinata-chan was nice enough to come request my leadership specifically since I was free today, so feel free to take that mission and shove it up right next to that branch you're so fond of. He saw the man slip a foot back slightly and decided on one last warning. Being as we are both Chunin, Need I remind you of the repercussions of taking an offensive action without due cause? There are witnesses around Hyuga, and I would really hate to have them see a mighty clansman like yourself fall because of an unsatisfactory knowledge of the laws. It was the Hyuga's turn to narrow his eyes, but he didn't get the chance at a retort when someone else spoke up. You can tell Hiashi that I won't be doing a mission if there is another Hyuga in it, ever. It isn't insubordination if I feel that my life is threatened by your mere presence. That man has given me more than enough reason to claim such a thing, so he might as well stop his schemes where they are. I don't plan on going back to the Hyuga, ever, and I have Naruto-kun to keep me safe most of the time, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to watch my own back either. That wasn't what the man had been expecting out of the once shy former Hyuga heiress. Indeed, none of them had expected it as they each looked at her with different expressions of surprise and awe. Well said, Hinata-chan. Well, I would say that pretty much proves you're out of the picture, so I'd suggest you move along, Hyuga. This isn't over, boy. Hiashi will have the Byakugan fully under his control once again. I've heard that before too, but so far it hasn't happened. Anything short of murder wouldn't do any good, and even that would point right back to him. He wouldn't be in control of shit if he's in prison, so I would suggest he cut his losses and find someone else to harass. If you're both done puffing out your chests, could we get our mission and go, please? I'd rather not stand here and watch two ego inflate to the point that they blow the roof off the building. Harem growled out from the stacks of mission scrolls, already searching for one that may be decent. It looked like she had a few possibilities already set aside. The Hyuga Chunin sneered at her, then glared at Hinata and Naruto before finally heading for the door. His contact was not going to be happy with this development. He would like the next one even less. What's this? He turned around to see Naruto holding up an open scroll. Frantically searching his pockets, the man went wide-eyed as he realized what he'd dropped. He rushed forward towards Naruto, intending on snatching the scroll back when a deep growl stopped him in his tracks. The blonde looked up at him with pure, unbridled hatred in his eyes. You people just don't know when to give up, do you? A flash of chakra wavered across Naruto's wrists and ankles just before he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing where the Hyuga had been, and said man was now implanted into the wall. The Chunin in charge of missions was out of his seat as soon as the crash hit his ears. What the hell are you doing? Naruto turned to him, still glaring, causing the man to take a step back. Who is he? You just attacked a Chunin of the Leaf. You should be arrested. I asked. Who is he? The killing intent Naruto was flooding the room with was making the Chunin sweat as he fumbled for his clipboard. Hyuga Shoyo. W.Y. He is now a criminal for accepting an unauthorized and illegal mission. When the Anbu get here, make sure he is detained under suspicion of conspiracy to harm, and willing involvement in treasonous acts against Konoha. I'm tired of messing around with these assholes. No matter what, let him sit in a cell until I come back from my mission, and I'll provide the evidence then. You can't just leave after making such a claim. Watch me. Without looking, he picked a random scroll from Harem's stack and filled out the clipboard himself. He stalked out of the mission hall with a rather nervous Harem and Hinata on his heels, leaving a speechless Chunin in the aftermath of his rage. When the doors to the outside opened, they found themselves face to face with three Anbu, most likely the closest to the area when they heard the commotion. Uzumaki, what happened inside? The closest one asked. There is an unconscious Hyuga inside, please detain him until we return. I have a mission to complete that we've already signed for, so detailed explanations of his actions will have to wait until we return. The Anbu could tell that he was in no mood to talk, but they still had their duties. Give me a brief description and I will decide if you will be going anywhere or not. Naruto opened the scroll that the Hyuga dropped and showed it to all three Anbu present. As you can see, this is an illegal mission assignment to apply the Hyuga Soke no Juinjutsu to a non-Hyuga ninja. It is signed as accepted by Hyuga Shoyo, the same as the one inside. Is that reason enough? We'll detain him, but we won't be able to charge him without evidence, so I'll need to take that with me. The Anbu reached out to take the scroll, but it was pulled away from him. Uzumaki-san, I will need that evidence to convict him. He'll have to wait until I get back, like I said. As you can probably imagine, I'm not exactly fond of this village's justice system, so you'll just have to wait. Besides, you're allowed to hold him for a month since you've seen evidence. Just schedule a hearing for an undisclosed time and we'll deal with it when I get back. It's not like the council have anything better to do with their time. Naruto detoured around the group of Anbu, as calmly as he could, and went on his way with Harem and Hinata following once again. Taicho, what should we do? One of the other Anbu asked, slightly pleading. We go inside, arrest the Hyuga and take him to a cell. The man ordered. What about the brat? He was in the right in this case. It was a bit of a stretch, but I can see why he went so far. Think about it. If the Hyuga were to get away with putting that seal on someone not in their clan, what would stop them from putting on anyone they damn well please? Better to stop such a thing before the seeds even get planted. Hi Taicho. With their supplies obtained, Naruto and the remains of Team 8 were out the gate in less than an hour. Neither of the girls could blame him for not wanting to wait until the next morning, so they followed him wordlessly down the road. After the village walls were out of sight, he finally spoke up. We're going to a small village just north of the western crossroads. Looks like a small-time kidnapper decided to try for a big target and took a local wealthy merchant's daughter while she was out for a walk. He's asking for her ransom and gave a specific meeting point and time for the money to be dropped off. Tonight at 8 at a bridge near the outskirts of the town. We'll be going to the merchant's house first to get any extra information we'll need before heading to the exchange point for the rescue. Since the kidnapper has no ninja training, it should be easy, but stay alert for traps. Hinata, you'll be the one searching for the girl while the exchange is taking place. Harem, you'll be hanged as the merchant, so make sure you copy him exactly. And I suppose you'll be the one to swoop in and save the day. Harem asked a bit cynically. No, I'll be hanged as well. As what? The money. Naruto smiled at her, though it was only half-hearted. We'll be capturing the kidnapper alive so he can stand trial. His offense hasn't warranted a kill order. At least, as long as he hasn't hurt his captive. The girls nodded as they continued on their way. Naruto-kun, thank you for coming. I already told you it was fine, Hinata-chan. Don't worry about it. But, because of that you're going to have to see the council again, and I know how well you get along with them. Naruto sighed. He had been trying to put the morning's event out of his mind. It's fine. I'd rather have to spend time dealing with those assholes than worrying about you being safe. Besides, the only one that will be a pain to deal with should be Hiyashi, since it was a ninja of the Hyuga clan that was involved. Quote. I'll make it up to you, I promise. I said it's fine, Hinata. You don't owe me anything. Despite his attempts to stay calm, Naruto was starting to get a little agitated. I don't care if I don't owe you anything. I want to give you something. Could you please not talk about your planning for you freaky nighttime events while I'm right here? Harem really didn't want to hear about their personal lives, or the plans they contained for them. Naruto shot her a glare. I doubt that is what we were talking about, Harem. He rubbed the bridge of his nose while he collected his own thoughts for a moment, trying to calm himself down again. Now was not the time to snap at people, especially people who were some of the few on your good side. Look, let's just finish this mission and we'll talk about this when we get home. Okay, Hinata. All the answer he got was a slight nod as Hinata moved silently forward. There was no way for him to know just what kind of thanks Hinata had planned on giving him. Of course she knew those rewards would have to stay in her daydreams for now, but she was willing to wait. For a while. They made it to the target with time to spare. The merchant's house was easy to spot since it was the largest building in the small town. Apparently he decided to live here simply because he liked the scenery. The man himself was dressed as one would expect of someone of his stature. Three-piece suit with bejeweled rings and cufflinks. His hair couldn't have been more perfect, nor his shoes reflect any more light than they already were. So you are the ninja I hired. I must say you seem a little younger than I had imagined they would send. The three rolled their eyes. There was always this downside to being a young ninja. No one ever took you seriously. Naruto stepped forward, signifying that he was the main contact for the man. I assure you, sir, that we are more than capable of handling this mission. We may look young to you, but our line of work forces us to grow up rather quickly. My squad and I are trained well for missions such as these, and a simple rescue from a normal kidnapper should be well within our skill level. Before we begin our plans, however, I will need to know any information you might have on the accused kidnapper. Where he would likely be hiding, looks, height, notable skills. Anything that may assist us in apprehending your criminal. The merchant looked at each of them as though considering their possible skill levels. Very well. The man is around 6.5 feet in height, black hair, green eyes, tattoo on his left bicep of a spider's head according to the person he gave the ransom notice to. His only skills that I know of are spiriting away young girls when they are defenseless and demanding ludicrous sums of money for them. Not as much as I'd hoped, but at least we should know if it's the right person when we meet them. The merchant looked over them again, taking a bit longer than needed when glancing at the girls. Naruto knew what was coming, but thankfully his plans already used up all of his resources. I think I may need a bit of protection myself for this endeavor. Perhaps one of you would be able to stay behind and make sure this fiend doesn't decide to get the money he desires from the source. His eyes settled directly on the girls and grew hungry as he looked at them. The girls in return looked repulsed at the man. He was old enough to be their grandfather, and yet he was nearly drooling at the mouth. I wouldn't dream of taking the leader from the mission though, so perhaps one of you lovely ladies would like to join me for the evening. I promise to make it worth your while. He reached out to stroke Harem's cheek, but found his arm to be unmoving when a hand clenched around his wrist. Hinata was not about to let such a pig touch her friend, and it showed in her eyes. I'm so sorry, sir, but we are here for a mission to rescue your daughter. We are not here to tend to you personally. Unfortunately, her words only seemed to fan the flames. Oh, she's got some fire in her. I do so like the ones with a little spirit. Tell me, dear, does your boyfriend treat you right? Because I know ways to treat a lady that I'm sure he can only dream about. Again he made to reach a hand out to stroke a soft cheek, only this time his hand did touch something smooth. The cold, hard, but admittedly smooth, side of Harem's wakizashi. Well, Hinata-chan. The man asked you a question. Does Naruto-kun treat you right? Her blade shifted from the man's hand to his throat, forcing him to take a few steps back unless he desired another air hole. Naruto stepped up and gently removed Harem's sword from the man's throat before addressing him. So sorry, sir, but I have assignments for each of my squad members. If you need a guard that badly, I can leave a clone here to keep you company. Of course he'll disperse after one hit, so I wouldn't get too randy with him. To emphasize his point, he made a single clone, which appeared to be already scowling at the merchant. And no, that's all right. I'll just keep out of sight. The man scurried away from them and back into the depths of his house. Well, that could have gone better. Why does it seem that so many men either want to kill, hurt or molest any female that's even remotely close to me? It's just part of your charm, Naruto-kun. Yeah. Anyway, you both know your jobs. Harem, give me your wakizashi, please. The girl looked confused for a second but reluctantly handed over her blade. Her confused look changed to a bit of anger when he sealed the weapon away. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Give me back my sword. You'll get it back after the mission is complete. For now, with your condition, I can't risk you killing anyone that we're not supposed to. He told her in a bit more of a commanding tone. Then what the hell am I supposed to fight with? My jutsu would be just as deadly to the guy. Quote. Harem. You have two weapons. Use your jute. It's a police officer's weapon anyway, and I showed you how to use the rope, so use it. He stared her down unflinchingly. After a few minutes with a nervous Hinata standing by, Harem finally gave in with a pout. Not fair. Now that that's settled, let's head to the meeting point. Hinata can scout ahead for us. They were off in no time, sticking to the edge of the town in order to stay somewhat undetected. The sun had already set and the moon was slowly rising into the night sky as they neared their target. Hinata's Byakugan was already active and had been since the halfway point. The only things she saw though were some nocturnal wildlife and something that made her blush, but she assured them that it didn't pertain to their mission, so the subject wasn't pushed, though Naruto did smell a very distinct scent in the air, so he had an idea of what she saw. It wasn't uncommon for a couple to go frolicking in the night, but at least the fact that she didn't say anything meant that it wasn't their target. A few hundred yards from their target, Naruto had them stop and prepare. Okay, we break off here. Hinata, I want you to circle around the meeting area, keeping us just within range of your Byakugan. That way, if the target is at the exchange, you won't have to waste time. Otherwise, you are to keep the majority of your attention on scouting the areas around us for signs of the target. If you make a full circle with no results, widen your range and circle again. Don't neglect the town either, since he may actually be bold enough to have her tied up there somewhere. If you don't find her after 3 circuits, then come back to us and we'll have to turn to interrogation. Hi. Noting the business-like attitude of her boyfriend, Hinata simply leapt off to complete her task. Harem, go ahead and henge into the merchant. In a poof of smoke, the plump merchant was wobbling right where Harem once stood. I feel dirty just being in this form. I'm definitely getting a bath first thing when we get back. I'd suggest you wait until we're back at the village. Who know what type of bath that merchant would offer you? Harem shivered and mock-retched at the thought of the vile man. She had to stop though, as Naruto's own poof of smoke made him shrink a lot. On the ground in front of her was now a black briefcase. It was apparent that he wasn't going to be giving her any more direction, so she took it upon herself to grab the case and head the rest of the way to the meeting point. It took only a few minutes to get there, and as they cleared the last bend before the bridge, they spotted a rather ruggedly handsome-looking man. Despite his chosen occupation, the man seemed rather calm at the moment. Hello, father. Now they were a bit nervous themselves, but Harem did her best to play her part. Not that he needed much help at acting testy at the moment. She kept her features in check as she made her way towards the bridge. I must admit, I'm surprised that you are so forthcoming now of all times. And just why shouldn't I be? Well, you never were exactly supportive of my relationship with your daughter, so why would you want to pick now to back it, with a dowry even? The kidnapper took a step away from the merchant, whom curiously glanced down at the case he was holding. Well, I suppose that if you're willing to go this far for your love, then there is little I can do about it, is there? That was true the moment we got together. Why should your opinions change just because she wants to be with me for the rest of her life instead of you? Harem stared at the man, not sure on how to continue. After a few minutes of just staring at each other, she finally relented and sighed. Setting down the briefcase, she stepped slightly away from it. I have no idea how to handle this situation, so you're going to have to make the call. If the man wasn't confused with what his father was doing, then he was definitely confused now that the older man had spoken in a rather feminine voice while addressing his briefcase. His questions were answered when smoke enveloped the case and cleared to reveal someone entirely new, but as his eyes took in the headband, he knew exactly what this person was. Ninja. He tried to run back the way he came, but when he turned, he found a female ninja blocking his path. He spun back on his heel just in time to see a cloud where the merchant had been disappear to reveal nothing. Well, Harem, you blew our cover, but I won't add that to the mission reports since we seem to be running on misinformation. Sir, I need you to explain your situation to us as best you can. Naruto walked over to the man who seemed to be shaking slightly. Why, yes, just please don't kill me. As long as you cooperate, we won't kill you. That seemed to relax the man a little, though his knees still gave out and he found himself sitting against the railing of the bridge. Fuchida-san is rich, but that isn't why I love his daughter. Hell, I met her before I even came to this town. We met down at the southern shores and fell for each other quickly soon after. Her father wasn't around at the time, of course. Hey, he never would have approved of our meetings. He only caught wind of what we were up to when I asked for her hand in marriage. He took the time to look up at the moon. At that moment, 2 flares crossed the sky, one green and the next yellow. Looks like Hinata found the girl. She'll be taking her home. I see. More than likely, though, she heard a similar tale to what you are currently telling us now. If you would like to continue. The man sighed with a slight whimper of lost hope. Obviously, he refused my request. Why should my daughter marry someone as lowly as you? He said. You're just after my fortune, he said. He just wouldn't listen when I told him that I had no idea that his Yuiko was part of such a wealthy family. I tried to convince him that I didn't want his money, but he threw me out. So you decided to kidnap her from her family? No. I would never kidnap someone. She ran away from her father to be with me. We got eloped and were planning on running away from here, but I guess her father found out. He sent me a message saying that he wanted to meet me here one more time. That he wanted to give a dowry so that at least his daughter would have something to live off of rather than relying on someone like me. It's funny, you know. She told me not to come. She said she knew her father and that this would be a trap of some sort. I should have listened. Yeah, you should have. Woulda made our lives a hell of a lot easier. Harem. Well, it's true. He could have run off to another country, then it'd be out of our hands. The three stayed in silence as Naruto looked to be contemplating the situation. He was considering the meanings behind Hinata's second flare as well as what he was going to do about this new information. Part of his issue would soon be resolved, it seemed, as Hinata appeared on the bridge. Report. Hinata was slightly taken aback by Naruto's tone and brief address, but managed to bring herself back to the necessary present in order to answer him. Hi. Fuchida Yuiko is back at her family's mansion, however, there were some complications. Yuiko wasn't kidnapped. Yeah, we found that out too. Harem finished for her. Stupid bastard wants to wreck his daughter's happiness just so he can stay in control of her life. That may be, but our job is done here. Naruto stood up, shocking all three of his current company. You're not seriously going to let this go, are you? Harem shouted at him. Naruto-kun, we can't just let him get away with this. We were hired to get Yuiko back to her father. That's done, so now we get his signature and leave. He looked at the only other man in the area. I'm sorry that it turned out this way, but we are getting paid to do a job, and I'd rather not be here any longer than I need to be. We'll be heading out early tomorrow in order to report this mission complete and that the details were misleading. I'm sure you understand. My advice would be to leave this area, possibly leave Hino Kuni altogether. Goodbye. He turned to leave as the girls stood, shocked at the turn of events. At least let me know your name. Mine's. The man started but was cut off by Naruto's harsh voice. I don't care what your name is, and to be honest, it will make things easier in the future if we never learn it. Again, goodbye. Quote. Let's go. Naruto looked at his two fellow ninja, who seemed hesitant to move. Now, he commanded them, the force of which startled them into moving, stalling only slightly to give the man they were leaving behind a worried glance. The only thing they found odd about it was that the man didn't seem to be mad at them. Instead, he was smiling slightly and looking at the night sky. If you'll just sign here, sir, we'll be on our way. The merchant begrudgingly signed the mission scroll before handing it back to the boy. I guess I can't complain too much. You brought my daughter back safely even if you didn't kill that bastard. It was not a part of our mission to kill him, just to stall him long enough so that we could find the girl and bring her back. What if he comes back and takes her again though? Then I suppose you'll have to order another mission. I'm sure you have more than enough spare change to pay for one. It's much cheaper than the dowry for your daughter would be, I should think. Perhaps, being the smooth-talking merchant you are though, you'll be able to talk your way out of even having to pay one. It'll be almost like giving your daughter away. HMPH. Just get out of here before I decide that Konoha's ninja are being too nosy for their own good. Is that supposed to be a threat? Harem took an aggressive step forward, only to be stopped by Naruto's extended arm. Don't worry, we wouldn't want to spend another day in your presence. It would be too troublesome for us if we were to stay one more night. Naruto gave a slight bob of his head and went for the door, practically dragging Harem with him. As the door closed behind them, he let go of Harem's arm before heading out into the night to locate a hotel. It's late. We'll get a couple rooms and head back to Konoha in the morning. As he walked out into the street, he was turned around rather harshly and forced to look into the teary eyes of Hinata just before she slapped him across the face. Why? She asked, almost desperately. They were just like us. They aren't like us, Hinata-chan. They are civilians. Our methods of solving problems don't work for them. In their lives, money is power. Whoever controls the flow of that money, or controls a large sum of it, has the power to do as they please. We may be ninja, but we're also mercenaries. Our reputation to clients is based on how well we completed a mission. Our only concession is that we are allowed to decline missions or blacklist clients that prove to be less honorable than ourselves. So we're just going to leave them like that. Leave Yuiko to a loveless life and crush that man's dreams. How would you like it if you had to give me back to my father? That's different. No, it's not. Hinata was practically screaming at him now. Harem came up and held her close while glaring at Naruto. Is this really you, Naruto? Are we now seeing the real you? A ruthless ninja that lives for nothing but the mission. Your parents must be rolling around in their graves to know what you've become. Naruto stared at her, then at Hinata before finally combing a hand through his hair. Look, we can't do anything more than we have for those two. I've helped them all that the laws will allow. The only thing we can do for them now is to report the misinformation when we get back to the village and try to blacklist Fuchida-san to give them some time. He turned back around and continued on his path to find a hotel for them to stay at. Harem looked at him, rather confused, but shook it off as she went back to consoling Hinata as they followed their leader. The whole time she knew him, she had never been disappointed in him. Skeptical, hateful, even slightly disgusted but never disappointed. There always seemed to be a reason for everything he did. She just wished she could figure out what it was this time. It took them a few more minutes to find a suitable place, as there happened to be one around the next bend. Once the rooms were paid for, they split their separate ways after Naruto told them when they would be getting up the next day. Hinata took a few minutes standing outside the rooms before deciding that she just couldn't spend the night with Naruto this time. She slowly, sadly followed the other girl, allowing the door to shut slowly behind them. Once in the room, she found Harem staring out the window. It's late, Harem-chan. We should get to bed if we want to be able to get up tomorrow. Aren't you questioning him, Hinata? Question mark. Harem sighed at the girl's look of confusion. When has Naruto ever given up without a fight? He just isn't the type of person to let something like this slide. But he said. I know what he said, but what did he mean when he said it? I just can't figure it out. Let's get some sleep. We'll ask him in the morning. Besides, I want my wakizashi back anyhow. That's one thing I'll give him credit for. If I'da had it, I'da skewered that old bastard on the spot. Shrugging off their clothes, the two girls settled in for the night while trying to keep their minds of their troubling thoughts. Over on the other side of the wall, Naruto grinned a bit from their exchange. I'll have to let them know that some hotel walls aren't as soundproof as they seem. Good job though, Harem. Let's see if you can figure it out before we get back. He slipped under the covers of his own bed, finding it slightly uncomfortable. He actually had a bit of trouble falling asleep despite how tired he felt. In the early morning hours the next day, a figure could be seen climbing out of the window of a building with a bundle on its back. As its feet touched the ground, another figure rushed up and embraced the first before they both ran off into the pre-dawn twilight. Not a single light in the house turned on to signify that someone might have heard the event. It would indeed take a few more hours before anyone even realized that something had happened. Frantic knocking woke the three ninja as they quickly got dressed and opened their doors. In the hall they found the frantic-looking elder Fuchida looking a mixture of angry and anxious. You must help me. My daughter has been kidnapped again. That fiend must have taken her this morning so they couldn't have gone far. You should be able to catch them if you hurry. Harem looked mad enough to gut him, but had to settle for glaring at him when Naruto stepped between the girls and their former client. I'm sorry, Fuchida-san, but we are finished here and are planning on leaving not too long from now. But I have a contract. You were charged with bringing her back to me. True. A contract that has been fulfilled and signed as such by yourself. To prove his point, Naruto held up the signed mission scroll. Now if you'd like, we could take a new contract proposal back with us. We'll turn it in and they will either approve or deny it, then send a team if they decide to accept the mission. If you plan on taking that route, then I suggest you hurry with the proposal. I plan on leaving within the hour. Turning from the man, he pushed the two confused girls towards their room and told them to pack as the elder man rushed off to write up a letter to the Hokage, or council. Whichever would happen to receive it. Almost exactly a half hour later the three ninja were exiting the hotel when the, obviously out of breath, Fuchida man ran up to them. You were going to leave before I gave you the scroll. I said I wanted to leave within the hour. I never said that we would wait for you. It was up to you to get back here before we left, but I don't see why you're complaining. You made it here after all. Quote. Anyway, here is the new proposal. Please take it to whomever is in charge and ask them to push it through with all possible haste. Every second that passes means that that beast gets farther from here with my daughter and closer to my pockets. The only thing you care about is your money. You disgust me. Hinata growled out. Little girl, don't even pretend to know what the outside world is like. You are nothing but a blade for hire and you do as you're ordered. Now run back. I have no more time to waste with you three. The merchant stuck his nose in the air and walked away from them. He had no need to worry that his new contract would reach the proper people. It was part of a ninja's duty to bring in new opportunities to their village after all. Well, ladies, our mission was slatted for 3 days and it's such a nice day out. What do you say we take a nice leisurely walk home instead of running? Naruto grinned as he headed towards the road back home. The two girls just stared at his back wondering what the heck was going on. Oh, before I forget, you can have this back now, Harem-san. Naruto unsealed her sword and tossed it over his shoulder towards her. She caught it quickly and cradled it like a baby. Don't worry, I won't let the mean man take you away again. Hey Naruto, what gives? Why are you taking another contract from that asshole? We should just let him deal with his own problems and let those two have an actual chance. Because, Harem, it's our job to take offers back to the village too. Well, I can forgive you a bit for last night since they were able to get away again, but I still don't think we should let him go after them again no matter what he's offering to pay. He's offering the same amount as with us. Naruto replied calmly. So, do you remember what I told that man on the bridge, Harem? Yeah, you basically drilled his dreams into the ground and told him we were leaving. Hinata was nodding in agreement when her head suddenly stopped mid-bob. She looked shocked as her head shot towards Naruto. Seems like Hinata remembered something. Care to share it with us, Harem? Harem looked between the proudly smiling boy and the gobsmacked, pale-eyed girl. Huh. Why you told him we were leaving, early. You also said that he should leave the country. Then you made sure we didn't learn his name. By the time she finished she had tears in her eyes. She hiccuped once before she rushed him and tackled him to the ground with a kiss. Meanwhile Harem was trying to figure out what part of that made sense. So, you let him know that we wouldn't be here long and that he and possibly someone else would be better off out of the country. You are a sick bastard, you know that. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at her in response since his mouth was still currently occupied. You let us believe we were simply abandoning them when you were actually giving him hints on how to get away and not have to worry about the future so much. You devious son of a bitch. I should kick your ass just for making us think you were a cold-hearted bastard. No wonder the guy had a smile on his face. Her grin couldn't have been larger as she finally unraveled his plot. After finally uncorking his mouth by pushing Hinata up, he took a deep breath. I knew you two would figure it out eventually, though I had kind of hoped it would have been a bit sooner than this. You know, Hinata, I think I've gotten used to having someone to cuddle up with. It was really hard to get to sleep last night. Forced to recall last night's events, Hinata bowled him over again, but this time kissed his cheek, the same one she had slapped the night before. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I shouldn't have doubted you. Please forgive me. There's nothing to forgive Hinata-Harem. If anyone should apologize it should be me for deceiving you too. I'm sorry but I had to make it believable. Even so, I'll make sure you are warm at night from now on. Well, unless one of us is on a mission, of course. Ahem. As much as I love hearing about your nighttime adventures, can we skip to why we accepted another proposal from that creep? Naruto stood up, helping Hinata to follow him before he started walking again. Well, it was true that it is part of our duty, but it's also in an effort to get him blacklisted. Now it was Harem's turn to lift an eyebrow. For our mission, he gave us misleading information and the whole mission description was basically falsified. He'll be forced to pay the fee for the mission since it was completed despite the fact that she was kidnapped again. On top of that, there will be a fine for his deception which could have cost an innocent man his life had a more ruthless team showed up instead of us. Tell me when you're going to get to the point, hotshot. Hinata sent her a little glare, but she just smirked back. We are only delivering the proposal, it hasn't been accepted as an official mission yet. I will also only hand it over after our mission report has been handed in. I plan on including in my report that I decided to help the poor man out by telling him to leave the country. Provided he listened, that would mean that whoever takes the mission would be leaving Hai no Kuni to search for them. The number of countries they could go to is pretty vast. Being civilians, they are welcome in more areas than we are. Hinata once again puzzled out his meaning. So, since they are very likely to be outside of our borders, the mission rank gets automatically increased. If they end up in enemy territory, it could end up as an A or even S rank mission depending on where they end up and how far they go into a country. Since he only put in the proposal that he was willing to pay as much as our current mission, a courier will have to be sent back and forth until an agreed upon price is met. Naruto clarified. Okay, so you bought them some time and ensured that there will be higher ranked and more ruthless ninja after them. Great idea, Brainiac. Isn't it though? One of two things will happen when the mission is raised to that level. Option 1, of course, is to pay it and the mission goes off, but that won't happen because of the amount the mission will cost, so the other option is that he suck up his losses and forgive the fact that his daughter fell in love and is happy. Either way, I don't think it's going to matter much. We probably won't be accepting the mission anyway. Oh, do tell. Usually cross-border rescue missions require large sums of money and are for people of noble blood. Royalty or highly political figures, the exceedingly rich or famous. People like that. No matter what that man may think, he is neither royalty, politically strong, exceedingly rich or famous by any means. He may be wealthy in this area, but on the world scene he's just a small fry. Hinata looked at her boyfriend oddly. So just how long had you planned this all out? Since the man called Harem-san father. Harem sighed at the two. You really are too nice for your own good, you know that. He grinned at her over his shoulder but didn't respond. Even though you cause me unbelievable headaches from time to time, never change, Naruto. Never change. Just like Naruto said, they made it back to Konoha the next day, making their trip 3 days total. The three parted ways at the gate, with Hinata taking Harem back to the estate for some girl time, while Naruto headed for the mission hall to fill out his report and turn in all of his documents. Just as he anticipated, the mission proposal that was written up was considered and set aside with a notice to read his mission report for a possible need of renegotiation or reconsideration. Right after he finished that task, he headed over to the Anbu sector. Having been there before, he went directly to the front desk where the same old woman was sorting some papers. Ahem. Excuse me, miss. The woman looked up at him through her thick spectacles. Can I help you? Possibly. A few days ago a man was brought in, a Hyuga. Could you tell me about his current status? I'm sorry, but that information is confidential. If you want access to it, you'll have to go through the proper channels. About that, I am the one who has the evidence against him. The woman studied him for a minute. Quote. Do I know you? Ah, yeah, I came to get a bingo book quite a while ago. I surprised you remember me after seeing me just once. Honestly, he couldn't understand how she could recognize anyone anymore through those borderline binoculars that she wore. The old woman tapped her temple and smiled at him. Good memory, even at my age. Now, you said you had evidence for a Hyuga arrest. Well, we've only had one recently, so that must be it. Let's see. Well, now that you're back, we can get his trial underway. We'll have to suspend your mission duty until his trial is over though. Can't have you skipping town if things get heated and all that. I understand. I'll try to be at my estate as much as possible for ease of contact. Just let me know when the hearing will be and I'll be sure to show up. Speaking of which, is there any news on Uchiha Sasuke's trial? The woman pursed her lips at the mention of the boy's name. All I can tell you is that nothing is going to be done with him until either the current Hokage is well enough to oversee a trial, or a new Hokage is appointed to deal with that mess. Personally, I hope it's the latter, otherwise Sandaime-sama may end up right back in the hospital from the stress. I see. Thank you for your time, Oba-san. Naruto bowed to the woman before leaving. Such a polite young man, and some impressive kills as well for his age. He may end up getting his wish sooner than he thought if he keeps that up. Neko-chan. Quote. Hi Taicho. Naruto was resting comfortably in the arms of Hinata as a commotion roused him from his slumber. Getting up sleepily, he stumbled to his window to see some people at his gate. He cursed to himself, wishing they would go away, but he knew when he saw the flash of a white mask that he would have to go down and greet them. He quickly got dressed, trying to remain as silent as possible in order to not wake the sleeping form in his bed. He couldn't help but smile as she pulled his pillow to her and breathed in his scent from it, hugging it close and seeming to be satisfied with her new cuddling object for the moment. He snuck out of the room as quietly as he could and met Kin in the hallway as she was coming out to see what the racket was. It's all right, Kin. It's just some Anbu, probably here for me for a meeting. Kin blinked sleepily at him and yawned. You gonna need some backup. She wobbled a little in the doorway, making him chuckle. No, I should be fine. If you don't feel like going back to bed, just try not to wake the others. I'm sure they could use their sleep. Hi. Good night, Naruto-sama. Kin waved casually as she disappeared back into the room she came out of. Apparently she commandeered Hinata's bedroom when she started sleeping in his bed. He was able to make it the rest of the way to the gate with little trouble, other than a small stumble when he misstepped on the last step of the stairs due to his still waking up state. Once there, his suspicions were confirmed. 3 Anbu were waiting outside the gate and looked to be a little on the impatient side. Oi. This better be good. Do you have any idea how early it is? I don't hear any emergency sirens going off, so what the hell are you here for? Uzumaki Naruto, you are required to attend a council hearing for an event that you took part in. Yeah, just tell me when to be there and I'll show up. I already told them that yesterday, geez. You are required there presently. Naruto blinked at the man, blinked again, then cleaned out his ear with his finger. Excuse me. The hearing is happening at this moment, you are required to attend now. Quote. I take it Hiashi decided to call this meeting so early. He just knew this was an attempt for the man to try to work around the system. Catch the enemy when their guard is down and you have an unparalleled advantage. One thing Hiashi didn't count on though was that, after years of being chased, beaten and worse, Naruto had learned that one must always be as prepared as one can be. The Anbu just looked at his comrades before turning back to Naruto. That is not for us to say. Our orders are simply to notify you of you needed attendance and to let you know that if you don't show up in time that the case will be thrown out. Pray tell, how much time do I have? Quote. 5 minutes. Before the Anbu finished his second word, the gate was already slammed shut and Naruto was disappearing over the rooftops. Again the Anbu looked at each other before shooting off after the blonde. They were able to catch up with him about halfway to their destination, but only because they were pushing their own pace. You are quite the sprinter, Uzumaki-san. One of the Anbu called out over the rushing air. Naruto stayed silent as he pushed a little more chakra to his seals to lessen his weight a bit more, surprising the Anbu as he dashed ahead of them once again. They played this game the entire way to the tower. The Anbu would catch up and Naruto would speed up. He wasn't doing this to impress anyone, but rather to get his own blood pumping in an effort to wake himself up a bit before this farce of a hearing, as he had no doubt Hiashi would try to make it. It was only 2 minutes later that Naruto was standing outside the council chambers. Slight groaning and even some snoring could be heard from inside as he knocked on the door to let them know he had arrived. Chapter 27. Finding the Truth. Enter. Came a tried voice after his knock was heard. Some startled snorting was heard as he opened the door, finding Choza, Shikaku and Denbi trying to blink the sleep from their eyes. Most of the others looked to be half asleep, leaving only a few to seem to be actually somewhat attentive. Putting on his biggest smile, Naruto addressed the less than alert members of the council. Greetings everyone, and how are we all on this wonderful morning? Brat. How in the hell can you be so hyper at 2 in the morning? Tsunade grumbled with a yawn. Well, when one has to sprint to across the village in less than 5 minutes, one tends to get their blood flowing. He grinned back at her. 5 minutes. We sent those messengers out over half an hour ago. What the hell were you doing the rest of the time? I suppose I just didn't hear them when they first made their presence known. He rolled his eyes, expecting the glares from those that hated him. Obviously they were counting on him being late so they could blow the whole thing off. Anyways, you're here now, so what was so damned important that I had to send someone to the hospital for waking me up so early? The slug princess grumbled. I believe that would be the hearing for the supposed actions someone of my clan has attempted to take against another ninja, Tsunade-sama. Hiyashi just oozed pleasantry as he tried to make himself look innocent of anything. Hyuga Shoyo was detained 4 days ago for accused treasonous actions. Actions of which he supposedly has proof of. I have called this meeting to see said proof and to get my clansmen out of prison as well as seek damages for these accusations. Tsunade looked between the Hyuga head and the target of his harsh glare a few times before settling on Naruto. Well. Would you like the evidence or the description of the events first? We will see this so-called evidence first, that way if you cannot prove what you have to say we won't have wasted time listening to your useless drivel. Denbi growled out. Obviously he was not too happy after having his beauty sleep interrupted. Understand that, should you not be able to produce adequate evidence, there will be repercussions for making us all come here for no reason. I understand, Udatane-san, so long as Hyuga-san understands that he will be under the same stipulations. Naruto ignored the backlash of his disrespect as he fished out the scroll that Shoyo had been hiding in the mission's hall. This is my main piece of evidence. This scroll is a signed mission from someone in the Hyuga clan for the person who accepts to incapacitate them and bring them to a previously discussed location in order to apply the Hyuga Soke no Juinjutsu to a non-Hyuga ninja of this village. In this case, Hinata. Hinata. As in Hyuga Hinata, the clan heir. While it's a bit distasteful for him to do such a thing as a father, it's hardly outside of his rights. Naruto. Tsunade may have been a little behind the times, but she at least knew a bit about the politics of the village. That would be true Tsunade-sama, but Hiyashi decided to disown Hinata a while ago and kicked her out of the clan. She is no longer a Hyuga, legally, and as such is out of his jurisdiction. Shikaku droned out to fill her in on some recent events. Tsunade glared at the Hyuga head. You disowned and exiled your own daughter. Hiyashi, your wife would be skinning you alive if she were still alive. Then it's a good thing she isn't. Now I suggest we get back on topic. Let me see this so-called evidence, boy. The coldness in his voice shocked Tsunade a bit. He had not been like that when she had still been in the village. I think not, Hiyashi. Give me the scroll, Naruto. I'll check its validity. Jiraiya announced from his place at the wall, making a couple people, who forgot he was there, jump in surprise. I promised to handle it with the utmost care. We wouldn't want anything to happen to it before we find anything useful now, would we? He shrugged off the glare from the Hyuga head as he took the scroll from Naruto. The others watched as he scanned the document, scowl deepening the further he got. So, is it authentic, Jiraiya? Quote. Hi Tsunade. Whether the mission is real or not, it was written by someone other than Shoyo and it was signed by him. There are no other names on the scroll though, so it would be impossible to tell who wrote the mission, without a comparison and confession. All I can say at the moment is that it doesn't belong to anyone in this room. He looked pointedly at Hiyashi, who easily held his gaze. Well, isn't that unfortunate? I guess we'll just have to punish. But, I can narrow it down to being someone in the Hyuga main branch. Hiyashi glared at the man now. He knew it had to be true. The seal was only known to those in the upper status positions in the main branch of the Hyuga. There were few who would have authorized such a thing. It will be looked into, I assure you. However, Shoyo's punishment is our topic at the moment, I believe. Agreed. Even if he wasn't the one to place the order, he did accept to follow through with it. Sum agreed. I propose that he be given a 3-month sentence and 6 months of probation. Even if he did accept the mission, due to Naruto-san's involvement, he was never able to complete his mission. We should allow him time to reconsider his actions. There is always the chance that he was persuaded into this action. Junzo grinned after giving his own input, sneering a moment later when he noticed the disbelieving looks he was getting from some of the ninja as well as a few of those on his own side of the table. I don't think you understand the severity of the seal Shiratori-san. The Hyuga Soke no Juinjutsu basically turns the target into a glorified slave. They can still act on their own, but if the person who knows how to activate the seal chooses to do so, they can cause the target anything from pain to death. Inoichi chose to enlighten the man of what exactly they were dealing with. Furthermore, as it has already been pointed out, Hinata is no longer a Hyuga. They can do it to their own due to clan laws, but if they start doing it to those they no longer see as clansmen, what's to stop them from doing it to regular civilians, or us as well? Hiyashi tightened his grip on the arms of his chair. How dare you even suggest that we would do such a thing? We are loyal to Konoha and as such we would never even consider such a thing. Be that as it may, Yamanaka-san is correct. This has opened up that possibility and Shoyo must be made an example of, as well as the person who wrote the order if we should be able to find them. The normally jovial Choza was in no mood to be lenient this early in the morning. I call for imprisonment for an indeterminate amount of time as well as interrogation until the source of this offense is found. I think you're all forgetting a small part of the hearing. Naruto's calm voice seemed rather quiet after the previous shouting and growling, but it still accomplished its task of bringing the attention to himself. Don't we need to hear a statement from Shoyo-san? The sound of crickets could be heard as the council members realized that they hadn't thought of the boy's presence, or lack thereof. Did anyone think to notify the Anbu that Hyuga Shoyo would need to be present for this hearing? Tsunade rose an irritated eyebrow. Tsunade marched over to the door and told one of the guards outside to retrieve Shoyo for them. After a brief argument about the necessary paperwork and the current time, the Anbu leapt off towards the prison complex to complete his newly assigned task. As she sat back down, Tsunade took in those gathered in front of her. Since we have at least a few minutes, I'd like to get at least one thing straight. If anyone calls a meeting at this hour of the day again about something that is not an emergency, they will find themselves having a stay in prison for putting the village in danger. I don't care if you're a civilian or clan head. Forcing someone to wake this early and expecting them to function properly later in the day is irresponsible and dangerous. Is that understood? Nods of agreement bobbed around the table, some hesitantly. Wow, Tsunade, you're sounding like a cage already. Practicing. The glare the woman sent Jiraiya made him shrink back into his chair a bit as he gave a nervous laugh. Even so, he noticed that he piqued the interest of some of those present. Hey, they'll bring it up before too much longer. Sorry Tsunade, but there's no way in hell I'm taking the job. She was saved any questions as a knock came to the door. Rising once more, she walked to the door and had a short conversation with the returned guard before scowling and making her way back to her seat. Well, it seems we won't have to figure out a punishment for Shoyo's crimes or interrogating him to find out who gave him the order. A couple of the counselors gave a sigh of relief. So he's already confessed then. Well, that's a relief. So who was? Hyuga Shoyo is dead, Tsunade announced, turning relieved faces to shock. Surprisingly, Hiyashi even looked the part. How unfortunate. I was considering him as a possible match for my daughter once she came of age. He was a promising Hyuga. He would have made an adequate match for Hanabi. Due to the sincerity in his voice, there was some pity for the man. I'm sorry for your loss, Hiyashi, but we will still need to investigate the source of this scroll. I will. Get samples of writing from those who could be involved. You will have them later today, Jiraiya-sama. If you'll excuse me, I have some work to do. Hiyashi walked out of the room, looking slightly older than before. Once he left, there was a moment of uncomfortable silence in the room. I don't really get why he was so upset. Naruto commented to Jiraiya, not meaning to be rude but genuinely curious. Hiyashi prides himself as a judge of character. Seeing Hinata go to you, whom he didn't approve of, and Shoyo, whom he did approve of for Hanabi, accepting orders from someone other than him that could put his clan in danger has probably threw that ideal of his into question. He'll be going through some thinking for a bit, I believe. Let's just hope he comes out of it for the better. Jiraiya whispered back to him. Well, if that's all we have, I'm going back to bed. Since we're no longer in need of rushing things, not that we ever were to start with, we can discuss what our next step in this matter is after Hiyashi gets us something to work with. Tsunade yawned as she got out of her chair and headed for the door. Night. As she left, others took her lead until, once again, Naruto was left in the room with someone who wanted to speak to him. In this case, it was a man he had already had some conversation with. What can I do for you, Yamanaka-san? Naruto. When you get some time, I need to talk to you. Something came up during our talks with Haruno Isako and I need it confirmed. Inoichi wasn't one of Konoha's top interrogators for nothing. He could already tell from the flash of emotion across the young teen's face that his suspicions were correct. Let me ask you this, Yamanaka-san. If I confirm your thoughts, will I get any say in her punishment? The man winced a bit at the dead tone in Naruto's voice. He wasn't sure what the kid had in mind, but it was definitely something that wasn't going to be pleasant for the victim, or any onlookers. You might be given a say in the matter, but if the punishment seems too severe for the crime, then we will not be able to allow it. And how severe of a punishment does assault, rape, torture, and forced sterilization condone? Again his voice was icy as he hid his eyes from his fellow blonde by looking down. Inoichi winced at each charge, especially the final one. I was under the impression that your equipment survived the event. The doctors said. Whether something is intact or not isn't the issue here. It's the fact that it was done regardless of it being healed or not. The pain was real, the blood was real, everything she did to me that night was real. Rage burned in his eyes as he finally lifted them for the Yamanaka head to see. The killing intent that he was unconsciously leak out was enough to make the man take a step back. Naruto-san, calm down. I wasn't trying to play down your injuries, I just wanted to confirm that you were still intact. Well, I guess that depends on your definition of intact. Physically, yes, I'm still functioning. Mentally, well, let's just say I wish I could hug a girl without my hands starting to shake from the fear. All I can do is hope that it'll go away someday and that someone will have the patience to wait that long for me. I'm sorry, Yamanaka-san, I have to go. Naruto turned and opened the door to exit. Naruto. I'll see what I can do. Inoichi's only response was a slight pause before the young blonde disappeared into the hall. I don't think any of us can even want to imagine. If he were Ino, I would be baying for the person's blood already. I can't really blame him for wanting some bit of revenge for this. Normally that is something I've been taught to frown upon, but maybe some closure would help him in the end. He sighed and rubbed his eyes. I'll have to sleep on it. There's no point in coming to a decision when my brain is still halfway to the mattress. Instead of heading back to his bed where Hinata was no doubt still asleep, Naruto went straight to his meditation area and sat down. It took him over half an hour just to be able to calm himself down enough to even keep his eyes closed. After another 15 minutes he manages to control his breathing enough to slip into his meditation. The last time he had been anywhere close to this out of balance, he had sat there for hours and woke up to find a concerned Hinata and Haku. This time though was far worse, and he already knew going into it that he would be questioned once he finally came back to awareness. Despite his yearning to be alone at this time, he found that he delved a little too deep into himself. The dripping of water could be heard around him and he immediately cursed himself for slipping so far. This is not what I needed right now. I need to clear my head, not talk to a giant furry carnivore. Arg, I guess there's no point in staying here. Can't exactly clear my head when I'm inside it. Silently he trudged forward until he reached the familiar cavern that held the massive beast at bay. The steady breathing was the only sign that there was something there initially. After a minute an eye cracked open and stared at its visitor, considering the reason he may be there. And to what do I owe the pleasure of your company, boy? Despite himself and the fact that it was a Biju he was addressing, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little angry. Don't call me a boy, you damned fox. I get that shit enough as it is. I don't need to hear it inside my own head too. Quote. Fine, Namikaze. Quote. Why are you here? I didn't want to be. I was trying to meditate and I went a little too deep. Bring me up to speed. I was sleeping for a while there. They found her. Well, at least Inoichi knows who it is. The fox's eyes widened a bit. Well, that's good, isn't it? If they found out without your involvement, then there isn't much she can do to get out of it. Yeah, but at the same time it may not allow me to have any say in her punishment. Since she's a civilian council member and I was a civilian at the time. I just don't see it as ending in my favor at all. His fists tightened to the point where his fingernails began to dig into his palms. See. In that case, you'll just have to exact your revenge after she's released, if they release her. If not, well, you may have to go back to your fake dream of becoming Hokage if you want to get access to her fate. Despite his rage, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle a little. Yeah, I'll be Hokage of this place when there is nothing left but corpses to rule over. It'll never happen, but there are other ways, I suppose. What are you planning, Namikaze? Something that would probably take just about as big of a miracle as me becoming Hokage, but the likelihood of happening is about 100 times greater. Do tell. The great Kyuubi, strongest of the tailed beasts, leaned down on his front paws with the closest thing to a grin it could manage, plastered on his face. He knew the sound of a prank when he heard it all too well. His suspicions were only confirmed when Naruto looked up at him with an absolutely sinister grin of his own. Well, like I said, it's a shot in the dark, but if they were to. Their conversation went on seemingly for hours before they finished the planning of possible scenarios. By the time they were finished, both had given input and each came up with ideas and shot others down. They already had a long list of what ifs, and even though there was a chance that none of it would come to pass, Naruto kept his hopes up that he would be granted this one little, well, okay, big concession in life. Thanks, Kyuubi. It's nice to have someone to talk to at times like this. I just don't think the girls would understand. Hell, as much as I hate to admit it, I think the only person who comes close is Sasuke. At least I won't hurt others that don't deserve it to get what I want, though. I suppose I've been in here long enough. At least I feel a bit better after all that. Not a problem, Namikaze. We shall talk again in the future, but for now I believe it would be best for you to get back. Try not to kill anyone that might land you in prison, though. I may know many things, but I've never had the pleasure of being locked in a human prison cell, let alone had the time to figure out how to get out. Naruto nodded shakily as he faded from view. I'll see you soon, Kyuubi, though hopefully not too soon. Naruto opened his eyes to a late afternoon sun. He expected to see at least 3 faces watching him, those of Hinata, Haku and Kin. What he didn't expect to see was the group of people standing just beyond the edge of the meditation area having what looked like a picnic. Kurenai and Asuma were there, along with their teams. Kakashi was there as well, though Kiba remained vacant, thankfully. Team Guy was noticeably absent, most likely on a mission. A small tick appeared on his forehead as he watched them talking and eating. They seemed so carefree, at least until someone spotted him. He's awake, Ino shouted as she jumped up and ran over to him, followed quickly by the others. As soon as Naruto went to stand up, he was bowled over by Haku before Hinata, Kin and Ino piled on as well, all looking up at his face with concerned eyes. He suddenly felt a little guilty about not telling any of them where he was going before entering his trance. Hey. Naruto-kun, we couldn't wake you up again. Are you okay? I'm fine, Hinata. I just had a lot on my mind. Kin told us that you left this morning. Care to explain? Asuma asked, receiving a glare from a few of the prone females who knew Naruto had to be in a foul mood to have gone into such deep meditation. Not that it's much of your business, Asuma-san, but I was summoned to a council meeting. A council meeting? At that hour? You expect us to believe that? Why would they hold a council meeting that early? Naruto grunted a bit from the stiffness in his legs as he got up from the ground. Believe it or not, I don't care either way. If you want, you can go ask one of the council members and see for yourself. So before you start making accusations, make sure you have all the facts. His glare at the Asuma clearly showed that his meditation time was not enough to completely release his anger. Considering the amount of time he was out, some of they fairly accurately concluded that this was one of the worst moods he must have ever been in. However, it was Kurenai's hand on his chest that told Asuma not to pursue the matter. He looked at her questioningly, to which she simply shook her head. Amazingly enough, the man nodded and turned back towards the previously abandoned food. I apologize on his behalf, Uzumaki-san. He may be a strong ninja, but his social skills could use some work. I heard that, came the shouted reply across the yard. Kurenai simply rolled her eyes. Naruto-san, there has been quite a bit of food prepared in your absence. If you have been unresponsive as long as they say, perhaps you should replenish your energy. Thank you, Shino-san. I think I'll do that. Naruto allowed himself to be led over to the assortment of dishes, but upon attempting to get himself some food, he was forced to sit down. We'll get you something. You just sit there and relax. Haku told him before heading towards the food and grabbing a plate from the stack. Hey, telling me to sit when that's all I've been doing for how many hours? Just do it and don't complain. Kin scolded him as she filled a cup with water and brought it over to him. Thank you, Kin-chan. So, anyone mind telling me why everyone is here today, and having a picnic in my backyard? He saw a few people wince and scratch their heads in embarrassment. Anyo, most of us, didn't have a strenuous mission today, so we thought we'd see what was up here. Harem grinned a little too widely. Shino was only too ready to elaborate. We failed our morning mission when Harem decided to motivate the children we were babysitting with her jute, before the parents even left the house. He was rewarded with an elbow to the ribs and a glare, which didn't seem to faze him much. Ouch. Choji grinned. We had to stock the wood for the barbecue pit in town. He was told that if we finished early he would get a free, all-you-can-eat, meal. I don't think I've ever seen grown man cry like that before. Shikamaru shook his head at the memory. Naruto looked over towards the newly reformed Team 7. He was still uncomfortable with the makeup, but they hadn't come back with any horror stories. Yet. Kakashi was the first to speak up for their group. They told me about your state when I came to pick them up for missions, since they didn't show up at the appointed time. The girls had the decency to bow their heads a little in shame. After hearing why though, I decided it might be best to call omissions for today. Instead we did some light training in your yard, though Kiba opted not to join us. In fact, when I asked if he was coming in he turned kind of pale and yelped before making an excuse to go home. Probably one of the smartest things he's done in his life. Naruto mumbled under his breath. Here you go, Naruto-kun. Haku placed a plate, stacked with different food items in front of him. What? You're not going to feed it to me? He laughed a bit as Haku blushed. Not one to be outdone though, she did just that. Taking some of the sushi from the plate with the chopsticks, she brought it to his mouth where he happily took a bite and smiled at her after swallowing. Delicious. Must be the atmosphere. She blushed deeper and kissed him on the cheek before going back to her own, previously abandoned, plate. Isn't that sweet? Kurenai smiled softly at the scene. Before noticing Asuma looking at her expectantly. She blushed at his gaze, but snorted a bit. Keep dreaming, Asuma. Asuma mock grabbed his heart. You wound me, Kurenai-chan. How can you be so cold? To you, easily. Meanwhile, Harem had taken a page out of Haku's book and was feeding a slightly blushing Shino, who in turn had his coat open slightly to allow access to his mouth. A habit he got into after finding out that Harem liked to kiss. Nighttime came around quickly for Naruto. Not much a surprise considering how he spent most of the day. He was laying in bed, staring at the ceiling when his door cracked open. Come in, Hinata-chan. This was already become a ritual to them to the point where he almost considered telling her to just move her stuff in permanently, but he wasn't sure that he could handle them watching each other dress. The sound of footsteps made their way to his bed, followed by the shift of his mattress indicating that the girl had just sat down. He looked over and his eyes widened a bit at seeing that Haku was the one who his room. Naruto-kun. May I join you? Ha, Haku-chan. Where's Hinata? He immediately regretted his words when he saw her eyes turn slightly downcast. Not that I don't like you being here, it's just that normally Hinata sleeps with me. I just assumed. It's okay, Naruto-kun. We talked and decided that it would be best if you got used to more than just her being near you. She's sleeping in my room tonight. I hoped you wouldn't mind. Naruto blinked a bit before reaching over and lifting the covers slightly, causing Haku to grin before shooting underneath and snuggling up to him. If I shake a little, I apologize. I still get a little, uncomfortable sometimes. That's fine, but I've been instructed to make you a little more uncomfortable. He was about to ask what she meant when he saw movement under the sheets just before she pulled her nightshirt out from under the sheets and threw it on the floor. He began to panic immediately. No, Haku. I'm not ready for that yet, please. Haku looked at him with concern, but put a finger on his lips. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. We're just sleeping, nothing more. I still have my underwear on, so don't let your imagination go too wild. To prove her point, she grabbed his hand and put it on the strap of her bra. His hand shot away quickly and he blushed as the realization of what he was touching hit him. See. Still clothed. Just think of it as a bikini. Naruto took a few deep breaths to calm himself. To her disappointment, he turned away from him, but that was slightly waved off as he pulled her arm with him and wrapped it around himself. She lifted herself slightly off the bed and leaned over him to kiss him on the cheek. Good night, Naruto-kun. I love you. I love you too, Haku-chan. His voice made her heart flutter a bit as she snuggled closer and tightened the lifeline he allowed her to have around him. The next couple days were rather dull as they all managed their missions. The three girls had managed to set up a bit of a schedule of who would sleep with him when. Of course, this was modified to work depending on who had missions when. This issue came up quickly as Haku and Kin got called away on a week-long C rank, but not before Kin had her turn to stay a night with Naruto. That had been an interesting ordeal. The problem was that they were all adamant in sleeping in nothing but their underwear with him. Kin, unlike the other two, was too used to sleeping without her bra though, so when her turn came up she didn't even think about that fact when she hopped into his bed. Luckily, for that night, Naruto had already been turned away from her as she joined him. Unluckily, the next day, the covers had shifted and he was face to face with her assets when he woke up. The resulting scream was loud enough to wake up his neighbors, 2 houses down. Quite a feat considering the spacing between the estates. After the 2 girls had left on their mission, he was back to sleeping with the familiar fur of Hinata curled up with him, and her familiar weight on his chest when he got up. It was during one of these mornings that he was woken by the far too jubilant yelling of Lee outside his gate. Can't a guy just have one normal week of rest? He begrudgingly got out a bee and slid on some pants as he headed out to his front yard. Rubbing his eyes, he growled a bit as he saw who all was there. Is there a particular reason that your whole team is here to be my alarm this morning? Lee looked at him eagerly. Greetings, Naruto-kun. We came to ask a favor of you. Our youthful guy sensei has managed to get a cold and has shut himself in his home until his youthfulness has returned. We have been looking for a captain in order to get our mission this morning. Naruto looked from Lee to Tenten. You normally do missions this early. And what about other Chunin and Jonin? There has to be someone with more experience available. To his surprise, it was Neji who answered through gritted teeth. Yes, we do start our training and missions this early. Normally we are the first in the mission hall, or Guy Sensei has already acquired a mission for us the previous day. To answer your second question, Lee's reputation is well known. Many of the available higher-ranking ninja made up excuses to get out of such a duty. Others simply refused. Tenten suggested, despite arguments against it, to seek your aid. Being as you are a Chunin and we are not, you do have the authority to lead a mission. Tenten cut in front of the Hyuga, bowing slightly. Sorry about that, Naruto-kun. She glared back at her teammate before continuing. Neji has been a little irritable lately. We just need someone to get us a mission because some of us can't afford to just do nothing until our sensei is better. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair, trying to will himself awake. Alright, just give me some time to get ready. As you can see, I'm not exactly prepared for a mission, let alone roaming the streets. The 3 genin took in his attire as he said that, and Tenten managed to hold back most of her blush as he walked away. I'll be back in 10 or so. You can wait for me here or at the mission hall, your choice. He called over his shoulder. See, I told you he'd accept. I never said he wouldn't. I just said I would rather have a more capable leader for a mission. Neji said with obvious disdain. He kicked you ass, didn't he? And I know for a fact that he's already lead a couple of mission. Believe it or not, I do talk to more people than just you two. She felt a light triumph in his scowl and the silence afterward, at least until Lee shattered it yet again. I am going to see what exciting missions they have for us today. Let us go find out together. The spandex-clad genin grabbed their arms and started to walk until he realized that he wasn't moving anywhere. Lee, if you don't let go of my hand right now, I'm going to put some new holes in your favorite set of clothing. Not that it wouldn't be an improvement. Ah, right. You should move of your own power so that you can get the maximum amount of strain from walking. In that case, let us go. Once again he moved forward with one set of footsteps following him. I'm going to stay here and walk there with Naruto-kun. You two go ahead and pick us out a good mission. Tenten waved them off. Her efforts earned her a sneer from Neji, but Lee gave her a smile. Understood, Tenten. It would be most unyouthful to allow Naruto-san to walk to the mission hall alone. Excellent forethought. Neji and I shall make sure to pick out a most glorious mission during your absence. Tenten just rolled her eyes as she leaned against the wall of Naruto's estate. As he said, it only took him about 10 minutes to come back out, fully prepared for a mission. Sorry, I had to tell Hinata-chan when I was going. I'll send a clone back later with a note when we find out what mission we got. I see Lee-san and Neji left already. No real surprise there. I swear you two are married already. She giggled as Naruto blushed. What? I just don't want her to wake up alone with no idea where I am. I know, it's just cute. Well, anyhow, let's go. Lee's probably already made the poor Chunins' ears bleed. She sighed a bit, wondering if Naruto, or any boy for that matter, would someday treat her with as much respect as he gave to the three that lived with him. You know, it's strange sometimes. He saw her confused look as expected and elaborated. Less than a year ago I was still in the academy and no one wanted anything to do with me. Of course I was still faking my life at the time, but it still hurt the way I was ignored and such. But now I have the affection of more people than I know how to deal with. Some say that it's every man's dream to have multiple women after them, but the reality seems a lot different, and I'm not just talking about those monthly issues that arise. It was his turn to chuckle at Tenten's blush after realizing what he meant. Aside from that, you think you have problems having multiple girls. I think the male half of Konoha, no, the world would call you crazy. Maybe, but considering all the trouble I've had dealing with the council and the general population of Konoha, I just feel that it isn't all that fair to you girls, to be getting the treatment you're getting when I'm not around. I've heard about the trip to the market. Then there's the issues with the Hyuga and the ninja that still hate me. Tenten was slightly taken aback when he included her as one of his girls. Sure, she had given that impression, and even argued the point to her father, but to hear him say it was entirely different. Once again she found herself blushing. Sure, she had considered Neji for a while, but that Hyuga idealism of intra-clan marriage kept her from ever pursuing him. Hearing that Naruto might consider her one of his girlfriends sent butterflies through her stomach. For the first time in her life she felt as though some of her feelings were being reciprocated in more than a fatherly way and less than a hormonal way. Quote. Why do they hate you so much? As soon as the question left her mouth, Naruto stopped and she knew she hit a nerve. Naruto. He sighed in response and kept walking, staying silent for a while as she followed. Tenten. Please don't ask me that. It's not something I'm ready to share. Naruto-kun, I already know what happened with. It can't be that bad. Again he tensed. Just do me this favor and don't ask about it. I'll tell you when I'm ready, if I'm ready. He said softly. I understand. I won't ask again. Thank you. We're here. He walked ahead and opened the door to the mission hall for her, waiting until she entered to disappear into the building behind her. Tenten would have been right about the Chunin on duty, had the woman not been used to dealing with this team in particular. She had a wad of cotton in each ear, successfully drowning out the loud exclamations that Lee was throwing around as he suggested, and was denied, missions to Neji. She clearly sighed in relief as she saw Naruto. It seemed that she already knew of his promotions, and his presence most likely meant her rescue from the exuberant genin and his stoic counterpart. Ah, Naruto-san. I'm guessing you are taking temporary lead of this team. At his nod she breathed another sigh of relief. If you don't mind, could you please select a mission for your team then so that we can get you processed and on your way? Naruto gave her another nod and a look of understanding and sympathy as he made his way over to the stack of mission scrolls. Ignoring Lee's suggestions and Neji's looks of disdain, he picked out a mission he thought they could handle and handed it over to the woman in order for her to mark it down. Since they were a little more experienced than most of the other genin teams, he had picked out a slightly higher C-rank mission. A bodyguard mission in eastern Hai no Kuni near the bridge to Nami no Kuni. Some minor lord was seeking protection during a vital document signing for his area in regards to trade relations with Nami. The negotiations and signing were taking longer than anticipated, and the team that was currently stationed there was asking for replacements due to lack of preparation on account of the lengthened time. Alright. Pack for a 2-week-long mission and meet me at the main gate at 8. We'll get lunch once we arrive and find out where we'll be staying. We'll probably just take the same hotel rooms that the other team are vacating. If there are no questions, go get ready. The four left the building and Naruto made a clone to deliver his mission specifics to Hinata while he went for some quick food at Ichiraku's. It seemed like his visits to the stand were becoming less frequent now that he was an actually ninja, but despite that the small stand was thriving. Without his constant presence, more people were showing up than normal, thinking that the stand was closer to demon-free, and was now a safer place to eat. This early though there was always a slight slump in business, and he was thankful to see the stand empty when he sat down. Oi, old man. 2 bowls of miso. The man behind the counter smiled as he turned to greet his customer. Naruto-kun. It's been a while since you stopped by. I was starting to think you didn't like ramen anymore. Ayame will be upset that you decided to visit while she was away. Hey, sorry. You'll say hello to her for me, won't you? Naruto got a happy nod in return as Tsuki turned back to the stove to prepare his order. Besides, it looks like you're doing all right, even without my contributions. Tsuki sighed as he finished preparing the first bowl and set it in front of the team, slapping his towel over his shoulder as he leaned on the counter. It's true that we get more customers, Naruto. I won't deny it, but the atmosphere's been missing since you stopped coming by. Now people just stop in, eat and leave. No one takes much time to talk and trade gossip anymore. Gossip. What are you, an old hen now? His comment earned him a slap across the head from a cleaning towel as the old man smirked. Keep that up and I might have to boot you out of here for good. What? And lose my excellent company. Anyhow, I hope you're both doing all right. Are you giving Ayame Nekken enough breaks? You know she needs time for herself too. Who are you? Her father. Naruto snickered a little. Yes, she's getting her time. I'm even thinking about hiring another helper since we have a little more income now. If you know anyone that's a good worker, I promise to give them a fair chance. Sorry Tsuki Oji-san, I don't exactly socialize with the civilians much. We don't exactly see eye to eye, if you get me. Seeing the boy was almost done with his first bowl of noodles, Tsuki turned back to the stove to ready the next one. Yes, I understand. Anyway, what's got you out here this early? Don't you normally have breakfast with your women? He turned his head to the side and gave Naruto a bit of a wink. It was no secret anymore that Naruto had multiple females living with him, let alone dating him. Scratching the back of his head in mild embarrassment as his second bowl was placed in front of him, Naruto met the tease head on. Yeah, well, I have to lead a mission today and I just came from the mission hall, so I didn't want to wake up Hinata-chan by going back home. I send a clone with a message for her instead. Oh, well, I hope it's nothing dangerous. Even if you don't stop by as much, you're still a customer, and a friend, Naruto. Don't go getting yourself hurt or worse. Naruto waved off his concern casually. Don't worry, Oji-san. I know my limitations. Besides, it's just bodyguard duty for some minor treaty negotiations. We should be back in a week or so. Hell, we aren't even leaving Hai no Kuni. Even so, just be careful. Tsuki replied as he took the 2 empty bowls from the counter. When do you leave? When no answer came, he turned around to see the counter empty save for a stack of bills easily twice the amount that was needed for the ramen. Single quote. You're still too kind for your own good, Naruto-kun. Shaking his head, he fixed his smile just in time as a small group of patrons came into the stand and sat down. Good morning. What can I get for you all this morning? The three genin and new Chunin sped off through the trees on their way towards Nami. Neji was at point and scouting while the other three follow him with three of Naruto's clones bringing up the rear, keeping their distance to allow for enough warning should anyone try to sneak up on them. The trip was altogether uneventful, save for the glares Naruto could feel he was getting from Neji while Lee, Tenten and himself managed their boredom by talking about nothing in general. It was almost noon when the walls of the small coastal village came into view and Naruto called for them to drop down to the road so as not to startle anyone. There was a small stream of people milling about the streets as they went about their lunchtime errands, some being in such a hurry that they had to weave in and out of the crowd in their rush. The lone hotel was rather easy to spot as it was the only building in the town that was taller than one story, so it was only a couple minutes of travel before they found themselves at the front door. The Seacrest Inn. Really, they couldn't come up with something even remotely original. They chose the name that they felt would fit their location the best. We should not judge others on their heartfelt decisions, Tenten. Whatever, Lee. The four walked into the lobby of the hotel where the three genin decided to occupy the available seats and relax for a bit while Naruto went to the front desk to take care of their rooms for their stay. Hello. We are from Konoha and looking for a couple of rooms to stay in while we're in town. Sure. How many will be staying? 4. Okay. Let's see. I have 2 rooms with double beds that are scheduled to be available this afternoon. It seems 4 of your fellow villagers are just finishing up their stay. If you are alright with those accommodations, then I can file the paperwork now. If you're not though, then you will have to find another place to stay as we are booked solid due to the negotiations taking place here. Naruto turned to his blissfully unaware team and got slightly nervous. 3 males and 1 female didn't exactly make for an even split, and he really didn't fancy spending a week or possibly more in one double bed with 2 other guys. He looked anxiously at Tenten and prayed that she would be understanding before turning back to the clerk. Well, with such a limited selection, I suppose we're left with little choice. We'll take those 2 rooms. Alright. If you'll just sign here and give me the down payment, I'll get this filed and you can check in this evening. Thank you. He bowed slightly and received one in turn before heading back to his team. Alright, we're set for rooms, so let's go find some food. Any suggestions? 3 different answers hit him as soon as he asked, causing him to grimace slightly before changing his approach. How about this? We'll go into town and look for a place to eat. If we don't find one we all agree on in an hour, then we eat at the next place we see. Agreed. I believe we are all hungry enough to settle for a half-hour Uzumaki-san. Neji answered, a bit less hostile than normal. I agree. I think I could eat my food off the floor by this point. If I have to wait a full hour, I might just wither away. Neji smirked and Naruto chuckled as Tenten daintily held the back of her hand to her forehead and dramatically collapsed into the chair she was sitting in. Right. Well, let's get out of here. We'll come back later to officially check in after we meet our clients. It only took them about 10 minutes to find a restaurant that would cater to most of their wants. Despite the town only having 1 hotel, there seemed to be an abundance of places to eat and shop due to the fact that the town was so close to the bridge linking to Nami and its major port centers. This was the first sign to Naruto that the town he helped save there was beginning to make a comeback, as many of the goods came from across the bridge to be transported through this town and across the continent from there. Such a thing made this town an excellent stop for travelers to relax a bit before continuing on their journeys. Naruto-san, you seem to be a little nervous. Lee observed as Naruto stirred his food on his plate a bit. Huh. Oh, sorry. Just thinking a bit, that's all. About anything in particular? Neji inquired, genuinely curious as to what could make the young Chunin even slightly nervous. This boy that was younger than himself had taken on ninja from Genin to Jonin, and if rumors were true, he had even tangled with Demon during the exams. That last bit was of course just rumors, but every rumor held some bit of truth. Quote. Our sleeping arrangements. And pray tell, why would our sleeping arrangements make you nervous? Neji's eyebrow began to tick a bit at the possibilities of Naruto's thought process. We get 2 rooms. Each room has 1 double bed. Hotel beds are notoriously narrower than normal measurements. A double bed in such an establishment will be guaranteed to only fit 2 people. I can see where your hesitation would come into play. Tenten just laughed at them. Don't worry so much about it, Naruto. It's not like we haven't all slept in the same tent with another ninja before. Sleeping in the same bed isn't any different. Her tomboyish attitude had obviously skipped over the fact that they wouldn't be in separate sleeping bags apparently. During the entire conversation, Lee had been scarfing down his meal with such intensity that they had all figured that he was not listening. The simplest, and most appropriate, solution would be for Tenten to choose who she wants to bunk with. The three turned to Lee, who stared back at them with unblinking eyes. It was a bit creepy, but he had a point. Tenten soon found herself to be the target of two rather intense pairs of eyes as Lee went back to eating. On one hand there was Neji. She had been his teammate for so long now, and she had to admit that she had a crush on him for a while. On the other hand, Naruto was more fun to be around and held her in a much higher regard than most other shinobi did on account of her being female. The larger issue at hand though was, who would she condemn to bunk with Lee, her over-exuberant teammate? She certainly wasn't going to do it. Look, don't beat yourself up over it right now. We'll worry about it after we meet the clients and get back to the hotel. Naruto waved off the issue for now so as not to put the girl under too much pressure. The negotiations building was nothing more than the central governing building of the town. A small complex in which the tallest building was the two-story guest house where foreign dignitaries would stay during their visits. Currently it was housing the representatives from Nami along with their personal guard. The quartet dismissed the structure though as they were heading to the main offices in order to meet with the lord of the town. He was a tall, regal-looking man with looks befitting his station. Slightly graying hair, glasses and eyes like a hawk met them as they walked into the small meeting room. Greetings, ninja of Konoha. I don't want to keep you here longer than necessary as I am sure we both have things to prepare for. I will merely enlighten you to your full duties and you will then leave me to mine. Understood, Takashita Dono. Naruto surprised his group with the respect he gave the man, who in turn gave him a curt nod. You are to guard my person as well as the persons of my council during the negotiations. While it is highly unlikely that anything could happen during this signing, we never take these events lightly. People tend to not always see the good in everything we agree to do. He waited for the ninja to nod in understanding before he allowed himself to continue. The negotiations will happen in the main meeting hall, the largest one-story structure on the premises. These will take place in the mornings from 10 until noon when we will break for lunch. They will resume at 2 and go until 5 when we will break for supper and relax as we all see fit. Your job will be to guard the outside of the meeting hall while the negotiations and the signing take place from the time we begin until we leave for supper. You will unfortunately have to skip your lunch, so I would suggest coming prepared. Once we break for supper you are free to go about your own business. Are there any questions? Why are we only guarding you during the meetings? Why not a full-time guard, and why not inside the meeting building instead of outside? Tenten asked the man. Our guard has to make its rounds of the town during the day in order to keep the peace. After the meetings they will resume their normal duties of protecting this property. While we still have a limited guard around during these times, we felt it would be prudent to have some extra security during this time. As for your second question, we would prefer any confrontations to happen outside of the building and kept as quiet as possible. It wouldn't do to be interrupted on account of flying bodies and whatnot, so if you can manage to avoid a breach it would be greatly appreciated. These negotiations have gone on quite long enough without disturbances. Then with your permission we will take our leave and get settled in. The man gave them a dismissive wave to let them know he was finished. Once outside, Neji decided to speak. This seems more like a chore than a C-rank mission. As far as I can see they've had no troubles during their meetings even though said dealings have gone on longer than expected. That may be Neji, but they are being prepared for anything. One must not grow lax just because one is in a place that is considered safe. Lee's right, Neji. Beside, they're still negotiating, that means the agreements are constantly changing. There is always the chance that they will change something that someone doesn't like. Normally treaties like this are what's best for all parties involved, but that doesn't always apply to those who are not directly involved in the discussions. In other words, they could sign for something that benefits them but it'll be the common people that pay for it. Tenten said with a scowl. She was followed up by Neji. You imply something like land ownership change or an arranged marriage, I assume. Among other things, but you get the idea. You seem to know an awful lot about treaties and their workings, Uzumaki. Hokage Ojiazan used to let me stay in his office when he did some minor treaties. I was, at the time, still adopting my ignorant persona, so no one really minded. I was tossed out for more important dealings, but I got the gist of treaties from that. By the time they made it back to the hotel, the sun was halfway through its descent. They managed to meet the previous team on their way through town, and were able to get away from the older group with little more than some sneers and low growling. Either they didn't like the fact that they were being replaced by young teens, or they didn't like the sight of Naruto being there. Either way, they weren't too bothered by it and simply passed by without a backward glance. Now it was time for Tenten to make her decision, and she was clearly still in debates with herself. Naruto or Neji? Neji or Naruto? Tenten. It isn't that difficult of a decision. We have shared tents before, and it would be no different for us to share a bed in a hotel. Uzumaki, on the other hand, has not had the pleasure of sleeping with anyone other than himself, and as such may not be trusted in sleeping with a member of the opposite sex without consequence. Neji reasoned. The girl looked from the Hyuga to the blonde beside him. Naruto looked rather amused before breaking into his prankster's smile. Well, I have never slept in a hotel with a female, I'll admit to that. In my own home though. I have shared a bed with Kin, Haku and your cousin Hinata. Tenten covered her mouth in shock. Lee's eyes went wide and Neji. Neji looked furious. How dare you? How dare I? What, Hyuga? Find comfort in the arms of someone I love and who loves me back. Allow someone to get closer than I've ever allowed anyone to get. Or are you just upset that it's a Hyuga that is free to do as she pleases that is doing just that? Neji was fuming and took a step towards him. You have no right to bed Hinata or any other girl for that matter. This is exactly why Tenten shouldn't allow you anywhere near her. You would take her chastity in a heartbeat. Now it was Naruto's turn to take on a stance of mock hurt. You wound me, Neji. You make so many accusations without supplying proof. Without proof. You said yourself that I shared a bed with them, not that I had any type of physical contact with them that was anything more than a hug or kiss. In all honesty, I couldn't, even if I wanted to, for reasons that you need not know about. No, I believe out of the three of us, I would be the safest choice. His prankster's smile had softened a bit by this point into a mirthless smile. However, I leave that choice up to Tenten, and if she still can't decide, then I will sleep outside and forget about the issue altogether. Something about his confession of not being able to do more intimate forms of contact made Neji suddenly uncomfortable, and even Lee seemed a bit less excited. Tenten, on the other hand, had reached her decision. I'm sorry, Neji, but Naruto's telling the truth. The girls and I talk. I know that he's slept in the same bed with each of them, and I also know exactly how far they've gone with him. At this point, I would have to trust him more than either of you, since all those times in the tent were the three of us, so nothing could happen without the other person waking up. Even though she knew it was the best decision, she could see the hurt in the eyes of her teammates, and it stung. Naruto saw the emotions play and sighed to himself. Tenten has made her choice, so let's not dwell on it. Neji. Lee, take the room on the right. Tenten, take the room on the left. I'll find a spot out in the yard somewhere. Neji expected a lot from Naruto at this point. Laughing, jeering, screams of victory. A resigned compromise was not high on his list. Tenten had not expected those reactions, but she did expect him to follow along with her decision. Lee, on the other hand, didn't know how to handle the quickly changing emotions that were going across everyone's faces. Before anyone could make a move to accept or oppose the decision, Naruto jumped down the stairs and disappeared from sight. With a little regret, Tenten hung her head and went into her designated room while Neji and Lee followed suit. While they could have argued the situation until the next day, in the end their assigned leader made a decision and they would follow it. Supper was a quiet affair for the team as an uncomfortable silence filled the air despite Lee's attempts to break it. Even the walk back to the hotel was silent. They parted ways at the front door as the three genin watched Naruto walk into the darkness around the side of the building. Heads bowed a bit, the trio made their way to their floor. Lee entered his room and was being followed by Neji, but the latter was stopped as he heard a slight chuckle from his side. Tenten was standing there with her hand on the doorknob and her forehead against the door. He closed the door and waited for a minute to see if she would move. Tenten. You know, it's kind of funny. I used to have a crush on you, but you never really showed any interest at all. Neji was a bit taken aback by the admission, but did his best to school his features. Now I find a guy who is the closest thing to a Prince Charming you can get, and he can't even touch a girl without shaking. What do you mean? Neji was honestly confused. Why wouldn't Naruto be able to touch a female? I don't know the details, but I've seen it already. When he's hugged by one of the girl he shakes. When he's kissed his lips quiver. He doesn't know that I know, but Haku told me that she, Hinata, Kin and Ino tried to make advances on him one night and he went into shock. I can't help but wonder what could have caused it, and now here we are making him sleep outside just because someone questioned his intentions. He did that voluntarily. Tenten shot him a glare and he withered slightly. That's because he's a gentleman. Something you and your family can't seem to understand. None of you have even bothered to take the time to get to know him except for Hinata. Everyone else just sees him as a stain on the backdrop that is Konoha. I'm not deaf, you know. I hear the things they call him. I see the glares and hate. Don't you ever wonder why he gets that? Don't you wonder what he could have done to warrant that kind of attention? Quote. You've been so caught up in your fate bullshit for so many years, Neji, that you can't see past your own pain anymore. You've gone from being dignified to being one of the cruelest Hyuga that I know. The only ones worse that I can think of are the Hyuga Council and Hiashi himself. Even Hanabi isn't as cold as you are. At least she showed some emotion of regret when she found out her sister wasn't coming home anymore. Quote. I did. You did what? I did regret it. She was the nicest Hyuga, but to be Hyuga is not to show weakness. She showed it constantly, and that is why she was ridiculed. If she'd only shown some backbone and stood up for herself once in a while. Kindness is not weakness, Neji. Hinata is stronger than any of you know, and I think she proved that at the preliminaries. I beat her at the preliminaries. I know, I was there, but I also know that you struggled more than you thought you were going to. I know your expressions, Neji, and I could see how many times you second-guessed yourself. You didn't think she would land a single blow. You think that strength nurtures strength, but have you seen how powerful she's gotten since she's left you clan? Naruto has taken her farther in the little time she's been with him than she got in her entire life at that compound. Neji tightened his fist that he hadn't even realized he'd formed. Even if she is stronger now, it makes no difference. She is no longer a Hyuga and no longer of my concern. It's odd though that you should say that she should show more of a backbone, considering the one time that she got thrown out of the clan. Neji hadn't known the particulars of that little event. All he was told was that Hinata was banished from the clan because of her weakness in the exams. He narrowed his eyes at the thought of Tenten knowing more about his clan's actions than he himself did. What do you mean? No one told you the story. I guess I'm not surprised. They'd probably deny the whole thing if word got out. Fortunately, I heard it right from the source, or sources rather. Hiashi found out that Hinata had been seeing Naruto, and while she was in the hospital recovering from a poison attack, the illustrious Hyuga Council and Hiashi himself paid her a visit. They told her that she was to stop seeing Naruto-kun, and if she didn't there would be punishment. Neji stood stock still as he listened. It wasn't often that Hyuga dirty laundry surfaced. Other than the seal on his own forehead, he didn't hear about any major grievances. Even if this was just a word-of-mouth rumor, he wasn't about to pass up the chance of hearing it. She refused, of course, and you've seen one of the results, but there was supposed to be another. When she refused to stop seeing Naruto, they attempted to apply a version of your seal to her. They stripped her right there in the hospital and began the procedure, but two things happened that they didn't think to consider. First was that Haku was in the room as well for the same reasons as Hinata, and she was able to get them both out by locking the Hyuga in ice temporarily. The second was figured out after they talked it over with Naruto. Hiashi disowned and banished Hinata right before the seal was finalized. You see, Neji, it wasn't because she was in some way special that she doesn't have the seal right now like you do. It was because of Hiashi's own arrogance. He put a hand on the wall to brace himself, afraid that he might collapse if he didn't. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hiyashi had made a mistake, and because of that Hinata was spared his fate. It began to make sense as to why Hiyashi was so determined to get her back now. It had to be, all of it, every single. You said altered. He realized as he went back over the revelation in his head for the third time. You said they were giving her an altered seal. How was it altered? He narrowed his eyes again, thinking that maybe it would just seal off her eyes if she died. There was still a small voice in the back of his head though that knew that couldn't be the case. I don't know. That's all they told me, was that it was an altered seal. Even Hinata didn't know what it was at the time, though she did know at the time they told me if her shiver was anything to go by. I would bet Naruto knows too, but I'm not sure that he would be willing to share that information either. One way or another I plan to find out. I have to find out. He moved back to his door and reached for the knob. Neji, please don't push the matter too far. I know that Naruto doesn't like to see anyone in too much stress, and he could lash out if you are too aggressive. I don't want to see you get hurt. Neji snorted before finally disappearing into his room. He wouldn't show her his weakness even though it felt nice to have her worry about him. He silently wondered if she worried the same about Lee, or Naruto. The entire mission could be summed up in one word. Boring. Naruto placed each of them at the corners of the meeting hall, on the roof to allow maximum coverage. Their radios would have to be enough to keep them in touch for now. A line of clones surrounded the perimeter of the property as well in order to give them advanced warning. They thought it was overkill, but Naruto wasn't about to take any chances. The Lord was right and anything could go wrong at any time. By the third day they were all tired of seeing the same scenery every day. The fourth day gave them a minor reprieve as Naruto allowed them to play word games over their headsets in order to keep them attentive. Thankfully for the team, the delegation decided that the treaty was strong enough to warrant a signing on the fifth day with little problems appearing. The sole incident during their stay had been a drunken burglar who decided to try his luck with the nobles' possessions while they were meeting. It only took one punch from one of Naruto's clones to knock him out and get him to the authorities. The team hadn't even known it happened until Naruto mentioned it when they brought up how little action was going on. With their mission scroll signed and their gear packed, the four ninja began their trek back home. They were slightly more animated than their previous trip, as even Neji joined in at points in their conversation. He was still constantly throwing glares at Naruto, but they weren't backed by any killing intent anymore, at least. True to his word, Naruto had spent the entire trip sleeping in a tent outside, even when Neji relented and told him he was allowed to sleep in Tenten's room should he so desire. Naruto replied that, out of respect for the Hyuga's conscience, he would stick with his earlier decision. Their scroll was handed in without issues and Team Guy left while Naruto wrote out his report, not that it would be very long. To his surprise though, Neji was leaning against the wall outside the mission hall when he left the building. The setting sun made the young Hyuga glow orange in against the red side of the structure. His position shifted as he pushed off and headed for the blonde. What can I do for you, Neji? Naruto was guarded, but still curious as to what he was after. I need to ask you a question. Can we talk? Somewhere private. Now Naruto was really on guard. He nodded and signaled for Neji to follow him, but kept his distance. They traveled away from the buildings and to the closest training ground before Naruto abruptly stopped and rounded on him. Okay, this is as private as we get. What do you want, Neji? Understanding the tenseness Naruto showed, Neji stopped at a respectable distance in order to keep the discussion friendly, for now. Tenten told me about the particulars of Hinata's exile from the clan. The only parts she didn't have information on was the details of Hinata's sanctuary at your estate in regards to council matters and the seal that the elders attempted to place on Hinata. I understand that the council matters are beyond my rights to know, but I think that knowing the effect of this, supposedly altered seal, would have had on a person should it have been successfully applied. Naruto stood there and stared at him for what seemed an eternity before he spoke. Neji, what do you know about the effects of the Hyuga Soke no Juinjutsu? He watched the teen stiffen a bit, obviously uncomfortable about talking about his dishonor. With a seal and an influx of chakra, it can cause pain in the bearer, or if the one activating so chooses, death. Though the latter would take a toll on the one using the seal, the threat is still there and we are reminded of it, often. You are more or less correct. The pain is a reaction of foreign chakra entering your system through the seal. Dive deep enough and they can overload your system, causing death. That takes a lot more chakra than a normal main branch Hyuga has, and so the method is only taught to those who are deemed strong enough to handle it. Thus why the younger generation doesn't know how. So that's why Hinata never used the seal on me. No, I highly doubt she would have used it even if she knew how. She's far too kind for that and abhors the use of the seal altogether. Quote. What about this other seal? The seal they wanted to apply to Hinata, and by they I mean your counsel, as Hiyashi did not have enough knowledge about seals at the time to know that it was modified, was an abomination of the original. Even more so than your own. Neji was getting frustrated. It seemed that with every statement Naruto made, another question came up that he needed answered. What do you mean? There was another seal besides the seal meant for Hinata, and this. He pointed to his own forehead for emphasis. What? You think I got my hands on a breakdown of the seal and didn't study it? Even if it was modified, I could still tear it down to its basic principles. Hinata's seal is a modification to yours, which in turn was a modification to the original. When the seal was first made, it was nothing more than a method to protect the Byakugan. It was a small seal that would have been able to be placed anywhere on the head and still have the desired effect. I would be willing to bet that some of the main branch members still have that seal, though I know Hinata does not, as I have checked. Yu clan has grown arrogant in recent years, to the point where they believe themselves to be near invincible. Of course, the number of active duty main branch members is small, and of those, the number that actively go on dangerous missions is even smaller still. So they modified the seal to create slaves. But why make the seal so noticeable? To put it simply, cruelty. Having the seal so noticeable serves as a constant reminder for the cadet branch of exactly where they stand. The pain-inducing effects were put into place in order to make sure that orders would be followed. No doubt it was added when a branch member decided to question his station. You talk about station as if we are beneath even you. I'm merely pointing out the facts. I believe myself to be above no one. I've already learned that lesson many times, a couple of those being quite recent. Anyhow, back to the topic at hand. Hinata's seal was a modification of your, as I said. In addition to the pain and threat of death with an infusion of chakra. Hinata's seal would have rendered her incompetent, with no chakra, and as a fail-safe there was a seal that would cause instant death when activated. Neji stood there shocked yet again. Even the worst criminals in Hyuga history had not been given such disrespect. To place threat or death on someone was one thing, but to give them absolutely no hope of ever becoming strong was an entirely different matter. Even he, as a cadet branch member, was given the chance to advance his rank in the village. Why the instant death seal? If her seal had all the effects of mine, then she would have had that anyway. Neji, it takes more chakra to activate a seal depending on the distance, correct? Neji nodded, already knowing this to be true. With the seal they put on her, they wouldn't have to worry about the strain of distance, or even the strain of pushing the seal that hard to cause death. With a very small push of chakra, one that even a new academy student could manage, they could activate that seal so long as she was in their line of sight. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he watched the information sink into the Hyuga's brain. He wasn't disappointed by the reaction. Neji, arrogant and stoic since the day his father died, was on his knees with the former contents of his stomach decorating the ground. Once he was finished, he rose up but found that he couldn't meet Naruto's eyes. Thank you. For telling me. I would like you to allow me to talk to Hinata. That isn't my choice to make. I don't control her, just like I don't control you. Then would you? Ask her to talk to me, as a favor. Neji bowed his head slightly. The act of asking a favor of anyone seemed so below him not that long ago, but now it all seemed so insignificant. I'll pass on your message. Stop by sometime when she's around and I'm sure she would be happy to talk to you. Naruto gave him a gentle smile and as he walked past, patted him slightly on the shoulder. Your father would be proud, Neji, if you stick to this path, I have no doubt. He left his fellow ninja standing in the training ground, ignoring the slight sobs out of respect as he made his way home. After all, even statues are allowed to cry when the rain lets them. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed it, then like, Share and subscribe for the next video as it's going to be more interesting, and also check out my other playlists, hope you would like them too.